Hello. Here we are. Day 18. Deep 2 continues. We'll see. I haven't heard any updates. I'm guessing that it means that we do not have another player past the plastic bones. But I could be wrong. Hello Voltus, Monadic, Lafalea, Zoppa, Zima, Not Murder, Fated, Sid, Jan, Anatoros, Batu, Reverse Rain, Lazard made it to the drop as well, meaning Lars, I guess. Elmax, Mitch, everybody else. You're still being scammed? Oh. Let's just... Okay. I'll fix the situation. Lars got world record, you mean in terms of height? Yeah, so not actual world record. Oh, wait, the camera settings are again terrible. Better. There we go. My webcam is on live support. That's how it is. Okay. Okay. Hello, Tony. Many questions. When map cup? When Finnish campaign? I don't know when Finnish campaign is released, but I'm gonna, you know, I've tried to build my map like this week. I've been building it, but it's yeah, it's off stream. I'm not supposed to reveal the map, I don't think. The plastic bounce has been cleared by Hazard last night. Don't look at the height, because the highest point of the floor is on the before the shortcut. Hazard has made it past the bounce. You can check in the world record clip comment. Yeah, I'll need to check the new mapping opposition theme, Tony. I'll try to get everything. Yeah, so let's just join the server, see if anything's going on. Brent tried some stuff on the plastic bounce? Yeah, okay. Okay. Well, floor 7 party over here, I guess Hazard and Simo. Both in this area. Currently the situation is this. Last night, very late, Hazard was able to get to the floor 13 plastic bounce. Was able to drop down with a well-timed air brake, was able to climb up this wall and land here. Then was able to go through here on the turbo, jump up, land upside down on the plastic, bounce around and then bounce from here, land into the pool. Made it past the plastic beam here with wet wheels, and then drop down into this pool. Tried to do this line, going down, dropping down, red turbo, jumping up, landed a little unclean onto the wall right and lost a bunch of speed and ended up here. So here's the thing. when Hazard got the plastic bounce on like the 10th attempt at it, which is unusual amount of tries on something like this, there was a text on the screen for Hazard that said, "Good job." Highly unusual. Not normal. Normally the map doesn't congratulate you for doing a plastic bounce. So what I'm kind of leaning towards, and what players are also leaning towards, is that you're not supposed to actually do this. It's built to be possible, but you're supposed to find some shortcut for this. And I think that we were supposed to find this shortcut as well. I think that this shortcut is intentional. You go here, and then you skip this bowl. I don't think we're supposed to do this. I feel like if we did this, there would be another "good job" text. That is kind of like what I'm leaning towards right now. I feel like this floor wants to bait you to do these very difficult but possible sections, but there are workarounds. There are ways around these sections. So I think the challenge right now is, unless you really want to do those 10 plastic bounces every single run, is to find an alternative. Find some other way to land here, maybe? Find something. Some kind of a way. We've thought about a lot of things. Thought about dropping down from here to here. Seems kind of rough. Doesn't really seem so great. I'm just now noticing that I guess you could also, from here, you could also maybe drop down here instead, on this platform. Could you do this jump? Or is this too fast? Like if you hug the plastic wall, go like this, could you make this jump? Maybe clip the wheel so it lands here? I don't know. There's so much stuff. I feel like there's like multiple paths that are seen as possible. Let's test. Well, the problem is that you need to clear 13 floors to be able to test that. That's the issue, right? But, you know. But yeah, there will be an easy version of Deep Dip released today as well. So there's things happening. We're gonna stick to this server still. The easier version is more meant for like people who are new to the game, so we're not gonna jump in there at this point just yet. Maybe at some point, you know, we can look into that as well, but it's gonna release in, I think, 1 hour. So if you wanna check it out yourself, if you're new to Trackmania and you've already bought the club access, then you can maybe check that out. Hazard still has water guard, yes. But it's hard to say. It's hard to quantify, in a sense, because are we even going to the right direction? Because let's say that Hazard has gotten the furthest, but let's say you don't need to do any of what Hazard did, because it's like a puzzle floor. Then it's maybe not really a water guard, right? But at the moment, we're gonna say that Hazard has gotten the furthest with what the players have thought about doing. And yeah, thank you, Red. It works. We're gonna start doing these shoutouts more and more to kind of also remind people that people are streaming. Hazard is streaming maybe right now, maybe it's not streaming, but you should follow the channel anyway. because Hazard often streams. It's not jeepers, it's caffeine, alright? It's the difference between despair and preparation for excitement, yeah? Hazard not streaming right now, okay. Well, here we go. Hazard missing the landing. Oh, the plastic bounce would... Lands? Lands. Ooh. Fortunate sequence of events there. I think you will be able to get back to the end of floor 8 from here. Just do the tunnel thing. Timo here. En route to floor 10. 2 wheels on the platform. Interesting. Oh. Doesn't fall down though. That is very fortunate. So, okay. If you're completely new to this, since we're just beginning the session here. Deep Dip 2. Day 18. So what are we doing here? You start from the bottom. From over there. There's the start line. Some people are there. Your goal is to go through this map, climb all this stuff, and eventually reach the crown over there. The problem is that you don't have checkpoints. You fail in the wrong way, you fall down, your run is over. You start over again, and this map is extremely difficult. We have players with thousands or tens of thousands of hours of experience in Trackmania. Some players have been played for maybe almost 20 years, different Trackmania games. This one is the newest, came out 4 years ago. And they are still not through this map in 18 days. Simo here, among the players who have the highest amount of playtime on this map so far. In a bit more than 2 weeks, Timo probably around 150 hours on this map right now. I would imagine that most top players right now, Hazard, Elcon, Virtual, Lars, Bren, have probably similar amounts of hours as well. It's been a big grind. Osimo a little bit off length still. But we are moving further. We're getting some progress done every day. Whether it's a new wall record, whether it's a new strat, or whether we find out that something doesn't work, generally every single day there's like some level of progression. So right now we are trying to clear floor 13, which is this crystal floor over here. We made it pretty far, but as I was just talking about, it does seem like some tricks on this floor, like this plastic bounce down here, is just so inconsistent that it doesn't seem intended. Doesn't seem intentional. There hasn't been any other trick. There's two options. Basically, we're not supposed to do that bounce at all. That's option 1. And the option 2 is that there's some very strange strategy, right? Very weird strat that you can do to be consistent on it. Some setup where you can line up, you can get the same attempt every single time. And yeah. So that's kind of what we're dealing with right now. A lot of techniques, a lot of different skill sets, a lot of different players with different histories. It's very diverse map and very diverse competition as well. Prize pool for this is $30,000, a bit more. Basically meaning that 50% go to first place, 30% to second place, and 20% to third place. And we are watching these kinds of players like Simo here try to get some runs going. Simo's personal best still on the ice spin. And that is a pretty difficult section. Oh. Slides a little bit off the target, but still makes it. Ice, very slippery surface. So, it's pretty difficult to learn and to handle your car there. And also, Simo, a bit new to the ice surface. Is a very old school player on the older games and knows how to play those games. Is extremely good at those games. But the ice stuff, the new things in this game like ice, plastic, all these weird bounces and water and these pipes as well, have been a little tricky, for sure. But Simo has been progressing a lot. And makes it through the pipes as well. Simo is a khaki god, that is true. Very good at these kinds of tricks. Very good at these kinds of grinds as well. But the surfaces, like this one, can be a little tough. Ice spin is the next part. That is a very difficult advanced technique on ice, where you need to spin the car around. And the reason, you might be asking, like, okay, well, can't we just skip that? Can't we just go here and line up the car and then go here? The problem is that this is very slippery. You also have wet icy wheels here on plastic, which makes it behave the same way as ice, basically. So all of this, in like a reductive way, will behave as ice. So if you were to just drive down and steer to the left, your car would be then already going off the edge. That's how slippery it is. So then what you would need to do to correct that line is turn fully sideways and try to steer towards the ramp. And you would lose way too much speed doing that. The ice spin gives you the highest amount of speed on this trick. So it's a big jump. You need the speed. And it's hard. Simo is very good at learning new weird tricks. That's true, because khaki maps often have extremely weird glitches and tricks that no one has ever built before. But the problem is that you get this one try, and if you fail this try in a bad way, you're back to the beginning of the map. So this is a 31-minute run, right? So if we think like you know, that you're gonna nail every other floor every single time, you will never fall at all, which is not gonna happen. You will fall. It would still be only 2 attempts per hour. Maybe 10 attempts per day if you're like extremely consistent, and that kind of consistency would be like unheard of. So the problem with this map, with the higher floors, is that you get such like terrible amounts of practice. The players need to play this map only, so they need to start from the bottom and climb up, or they can play practice floors. But those practice floors are not all released. They have released practice floors from floor 0 to floor 7, and 7 is pretty close. This is floor 10, so it might be that, you know, pretty soon we have not only this floor 7 down there, but also floor 10. But that's not the time yet. So it is difficult to practice this ice spin, for sure. Thank you, Big Daddy Vitz, for the tier 1 sub. Yeah, and the plastic bounce as well. Like, you can get a lot of retries, because if you fail it, then you can usually go back to the beginning of the floor, but like it's hard to find a consistent strat because it's so high up. Well, here we go. Simo, a bit too careful with the approach and gets the second gear a bit too late, but looks like Simo is able to save it. That's good. That's good. Because now you get 2 for 1. You get that second attempt at practice. There's also a ramp that you can use to climb back to the water, if Simo wants to use it. Over here. Yeah, the problem for Simo was that Simo got the second gear too late. It simply happened too late. It happened during the setup. It has to happen before you start the slide. Because if you gear up or down during an ice slide, which is the sideways thing here, the setup, you are going to lose the grip. We do have one of the best ice spin players on the server, that's true. This time, it's not that bad, but it's not quite on point. Maybe floor 9? Oh, bounces. So close to that save. Oh, floor 7? Not quite. But floor 6. You'll take that. You'll take that. I feel like it's just too careful. Like, yeah, it's scary. But I really feel like it's just too careful. I really do feel like, oh, Scandir also on the server, by the way. That is very exciting. Scandir has made it to floor 11. But yeah, about the ice spin, if we look at Elcon do it, Elcon just full sends it. Doesn't slow down, gets the second gear, spins around, and then just does it. Elcon makes the best 360, and then Bren and Hazard. I would actually imagine, I haven't seen Virtual's floor 10s, but I really think that Virtual's ice spins are probably very good as well. Because Virtual has done those a lot. Virtual plays a lot of ice. So, Virtual floor 10 is super clean, all of it. Yeah, I'm not surprised. It's difficult. The way it works mechanically is you need to start the ice slide, so you just accelerate and steer, you kind of like counter steer, you press forward and right, basically, to start the ice slide. Then you brake heavily, you do a pretty long brake tap so that the car spins around, and then when the car is facing backwards, you release acceleration at the right point, and then you switch to the left input and accelerate again. And then you turn around, and then hope you get the angle right, hope you get the jump. That's how it mechanically works. If you don't do the forward release, you can still do the spin. Yeah, you don't need to release, but the spin will be faster. You will lose less speed if you do the release. But the timing can be pretty brutal. Oh. Close with Hazard. Yeah, Hazard also not doing the release. I don't know. It could be that my ice spin ice spin information is outdated, because this was definitely like a, you know, strategy in the earlier patch, and I do believe it's still the strat here. You do risk gear down if the timing is not right. Yeah. Like, you need to do it in a very good timing. If you're confident in it, then, you know, you can do it. Yeah, Plexity. Yeah. Well, Floor 9 is not too bad. Hello, Dave. Have a question about the plastic bones. Don't play Trackmania much, so very little knowledge. That's all good. When Bren and Lars were attempting the bounce, they were bouncing on the nose and always ending up turtling. Would it be possible to turtle above the hole into a nose bounce that would land you the correct way up? So it's not necessarily like a terrible idea. Whoops. Clicked off the screen. It's not necessarily a bad idea. So how plastic bounces work in general is... What is educational server? Okay, I'll just change it to educational cast. I didn't understand that it could be misunderstood. Anyway, oh, 1 second, Ali. Thank you so much for the 31 months. Very much appreciate you. So, how bounces in general work is you can't land upright. If you land on wheels, meaning either, you know, perfectly flat or with like front wheels or back wheels or whatever, then the car will not bounce. If the wheels are the first thing to touch the plastic, it's not going to work. It's not going to bounce. It will just land. So you need to land with something else than the wheels. Meaning that a nose bounce works, a fully upside down bounce works, and then the ass bounce works as well. Which is kind of what Hazard was trying to do too. The problem here is that while there could be some way to somehow like jump from a turtle and then immediately kind of counter steer in the air so the car stops rotating. The problem is that there's no like really good setup to turn the car upside down. You can probably do it if you go like here and you like hit the wall, like you jump from here to the wall and then you turtle from here. But now you're facing another issue, which is that now you don't have a setup, right? Now you're going from here and you're trying to like turn around and it will never be consistent. That's really the issue. So it's really difficult to get like a good setup for it. Basically what Hazard was trying to do is drop down, flip a little bit less than 360, like front flip, land on the ass and bounce up. And then Hazard was able to kind of climb this wall and land here. But the problem with this is that, again, we don't really think that it's the strategy. Like, I don't think it's the strat. Like, it's a strat, but I do think I'm leaning towards this. Here's my take on floor 13. I think this is a bait floor. Not in terms of, like, you should skip directly to floor 14, but I do think there are sections on this floor that you're supposed to skip. And I think we accidentally already skipped the first one. I don't think you were supposed to do this to begin with. I think we were supposed to do the shortcut, and it just happened by accident on the first try. And I think that there's another way here as well. That's really what it looks like. I was looking at this recently. I don't know, Hazard, what you think of this one. Like, instead of dropping down here from the shortcut, you drop down on this platform, and then, like, wall hug on this one, and go directly onto the quarter pipe. I don't know. Is that gonna reach? It's kind of far, I guess. There's probably some ways... There's so much stuff. It's... Everything's so messy on this floor. But it's kind of cool in a way that it's such a big difference to the other floors where we need to like figure out what to do, right? Not just execute the strats, but like not even like find the strats, but find the route. Good luck, Hazard, as well. Hazard not streaming right now, but make sure to follow Hazard's Twitch. Streams pretty often. Thank you, SMB, for the gift sub as well. And Ale once again, spinning is free, just do it. Why does the strat have to be consistent? Maybe there is none for this jump. I would find it very strange. It doesn't really fit the map. If we look at the, like, everything before that. If we look at absolutely every other section, there has always been like a practicable strat that you can get consistently if you just do the strat. It feels like this is different. It feels like there's something else. There could be, like, you know, there could be something completely different too. Like, maybe we've been going to the wrong direction from the beginning of the floor. Maybe there's something completely different. In 2 days, if nothing happens, I will leak some information. Oh. God damn. I honestly think, and maybe the players will dislike me for this, I honestly think you shouldn't. I think the players will figure it out. They have been working together to figure out everything else so far as well. I feel like they will work it out. I think I'm gonna keep going for the ass bounce until someone finds a better strat or cut, or Plex leaks the intended strat. Fair. I mean, at least it works, right? Gets you the right place. If that was intended, would you call it bad map design? I feel like it would be a strange decision to put that kind of a choke point on floor 13 without, like, a setup. Yeah, that would be weird to me. I don't think we're doing things right. I think there's either a setup for it that we haven't found, or there's a path that skips the bounce. And considering the good job text that you get if you actually clear the plastic bounce, it sounds like it's an extra section that we're not supposed to actually do. It's like a made to be possible, but it's overcooked. There's some other path that's just cooked, you know? Maybe the leak will be XTD, yeah. Elcon does play. Can you do a poll if I should leak or not? What? Why would we do it here? Do it on the Deep Dip Discord or something. Me and Bren found another cut that skips the bounce, but I'm not sure I want to be the one to test it. Yeah, that's the tough part, right? Like, you have ideas, you think that something might work, but if it doesn't work, you end up sacrificing a run for very little gain, right? On floor 13. It's not like these floor 13 attempts come like all the time. So that's really the difficult thing. And you know what? Like, this floor 13, with these kinds of puzzles and possible, like, shortcuts and intended ways and everything else, it wouldn't work anywhere below. So I think it's really making this interesting. I am glad that it's not floor 16. But floor 13 seems like a really good place for it. Because if it was like floor 2 or something, if it was somewhere like very early, then you wouldn't be so invested on the attempts that you get there, right? You wouldn't be opposed to like trying all the dumb ideas, because you would get there all the time. But now, because you need to climb from floor 0 to 12 to 13 to actually attempt like one thing that might destroy your run, that's kind of... It makes it different. I do understand that, you know, the players might not like it that much right now. But I do think that in hindsight, after the event, we will appreciate this. Imagine having to solve a puzzle to unlock the final stint of the map. Hey, but isn't that kind of what this mapping style sometimes is? The pathfinding? Let's see, the ice spin. Second gear. Oh, very much on the edge, but makes it. So this is kind of what was lacking from that Simo attempt earlier, the commitment, you know? Just taking it a little bit too carefully. You kind of need to push through that. No news about the plastic bones. There's been some attempts, but nothing new, nothing crazy. Landing on the plastic works. Need to land sideways. And then turn around on the ice. Oh, it's gonna be a little bit on the edge. Is it gonna stay? Yes. Then into the plastic. Landing down. No wiggles needed. Sometimes you can do those small wiggles to increase your speed, but you don't want to be too fast either. So, Hazard, making it to floor 11. Has been here many times before. Scrappy also on floor 11. Okay, good to know. Oh, Simo ice spin? Not quite yet. We'll check in. We'll check in a moment. Of course, Simo also streaming, most likely. Make sure to follow the players. Landing. Gets enough speed to get it done. Oh, Simo hasn't made it into the pool, unfortunately. These pipe jumps have been a bit troublesome for Simo recently. Playlist is exclamation point song. Okay. Landing there. Scandier's personal best is around here. It's in the beginning parts of floor 11. A little bit before this one. Well, Hazard now tries to go for the back left wheel clip. Doesn't quite manage, but lands anyway. Players are trying generally to clip the back left wheel for a very clean, very safe landing. But this plastic bounce honestly has been figured out. Very clean. So what players kind of initially were doing, they were sort of going like straight from the wall right. Not really like doing anything, just driving forward, a little bit downwards, and trying to get onto the plastic. But what they're doing now is they're very heavily steering the car downwards at the end of the wall right, to kind of like get a full downwards angle when they enter the plastic. That seems to make it so much better now. Here we have the Hazard flip strategy. The Hazard spin has been super clean on it and was the first to find this strategy. Before that, Elkon and Bren were trying to clip this wall as well, kind of the same as the high jump, but It doesn't quite work so well there. The spin strategy, much better. And now, the last tricky section of this floor needs to keep just enough speed, not too much speed, to retain the second gear. So you don't want to get above 160 speed. This game sucks so hard, dude. Anyway, yeah, you don't want to get third gear because you get a slowdown when you drop the gear, whatever. Okay, so, alright. We go to floor 12. Very recoverable points if you make a mistake. You can, generally speaking, retry the previous part, or you can go back to the beginning of the floor at least and retry from there. Okay. Like here, you know, we'll see Hazard only commits when he feels comfortable with the setup here. So gets the clean line, gets the ramp, jumps up, and now aims for the moving block in the ceiling. Works perfectly. What would happen if you jumped on one of those moving parts? Well, you would fall because they are very far away from the route. But okay, going already. Instant grip, very clean. Your car will react to the moving blocks. So if you stay on it like an elevator, then it will move the car up, but it's not gonna like bounce it up like crazy or anything. Into the loop. Hazard kind of cruising through this right now. About that weird bounce we had at the pool. So the sides of these water pools are plastic. So the same material that causes plastic bounces to happen. Which means that if you hit them in a very specific way, the car can bounce. And it was very weird, very unlucky in a way, but glad it wasn't a big bounce. Second last section of floor 12 here. Clean landing, very good. Thank you, Raylan, for the 2 months. Get into the turbo. This one, not too much of a speed check. You can release, you can correct the line, need to kind of go to the left side at the end there, but floor 13. Plexity's floor. Here we go again. Iolite's Trace. So this has been the highest floor that has been reached. There's a very high point around the middle of the floor, or whatever it is. We don't really know anything about this floor. We've been on this for a couple days now, and I feel like we're still in like square one. Flipping onto the turbo, then chaining this next section, jumping onto the left. Great line, great speed, everything works. Then into the bobsleigh, savable turtle, timing on the side, and manages to flip it. As long as the car is kind of swinging from side to side, you can generally drive the car upside down, as long as the wheels are touching the ground. Hazard really good at these unflips as well. So now into the bobsleigh loop. 4 full rotations. This is kind of wild. Hold on to your hats. Hazard not enjoying those plastic items. Well, here's something else. Ice surface yet again, these bobsleigh loops. So we use the turbo at the bottom to gain more and more speed. You go around in a loop, zooping through. That is the third one. Last one here, and then to the plastic to the right. Nails it, and the pool. Water will always flip you upright. Such a crazy part of the floor. but it's kind of interesting how we don't even usually talk about that. We don't usually bring that up at all, right? Because there's much bigger problems on this floor, which is that we don't really know where to go. Well, we'll get to it. So, hazard. Wooden surface here, very high turn rate, very fast turn rate. Needs to be careful with the lines and jumping up. And now, here's a shortcut. Shortcut that Bren found. Okay, hazard. Getting the wall triggered on heights. 190 meters, that's good. Nicely done. So this is the highest point of the floor so far. You'll do what you can to get that record back, your name on the board. But Bren found this shortcut by accident. So there's the window that you might have noticed there. That seems to be where the route continues. And, you know, we've been kind of thinking like, oh, it's kind of sad that we don't get to see, like, the part that we're skipping. Because we found the shortcuts, and, you know, it's an unfortunate oversight. But is it an oversight? Is it really an oversight? Because now I feel like we're in a situation where the plastic bounce that comes in just a moment feels so overkill. It is a big problem. Jumps up, and we go to the bounce. And here we are then. So, here's what we know. Hazard has done this one time, out of maybe 10 attempts. Not so easy. Hazard has done this though. And when Hazard bounced on the bottom, jumped over here, there was a text that said, "Good job." That's not usual. That's not common. The map doesn't usually congratulate you for doing a plastic bounce. So this kind of tells me that there's something here. So my take is that we're not actually meant to be taking the plastic bounce. But we don't have anything better right now. We have found one shortcut by accident. Maybe we were supposed to find it. Maybe there's some other shortcut here, but we don't have it. We don't have great ideas. So we know that the plastic bounce is possible. We know that you can do it. Hazard. The ass bounce. Oh, it's so good. And Hazard actually makes it. We unfortunately can't see the good job text because we're spectating. But Hazard probably saw it there. But hey, first try jump. Alright. Alright. Good job. Well, I mean, maybe there's an easier trick you can do as well. It could be. Maybe there's a pathfinding challenge here, but who needs it when you have Hazard's skill level? You just do the bounces, no problem. Then into here, landing upside down into this plastic and bouncing up over here. That's the next point. Going over the beam, jumping through into the hole. And this is the last part that Hazard was able to try last time. Honestly, this bounce should be consistent once you get a feeling for it, but yeah, it's not ideal. Maybe Plaxity meant it to be like a super cracked stunt, but we just have like so incredible players that it ends up being like a 90% consistent. Maybe that's gonna happen. We'll see. Well, Hazard. This is not enough speed, so Hazard will redo this. Going backwards, taking a little bit more, and then aiming into the plastic. Oh, this is a little bit short, unfortunately. Glides over the... Hold on. Is this gonna land on the dirt, maybe? Where are we? What is happening? What? Oh, no. It's slightly too low for anything at all. Floor 10 pool. It's far, but it's also very low. Oh, careful, 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 careful. Oh. Stop typing in chat, Hazard. Looks pretty hard to climb. I don't know if it can reach anything. Like, floor 10 is below, right? That's probably the best bet. Where's the hole lead? Hole might lead to floor 10, actually. It might land, but... Yes, spam also suggesting the hole. So, that part has been cleared before. Hazard last night was able to land and get a little bit further too. Well, let's see. Oh, takes quite a bit of speed. Where's it gonna land? Right through the hole, right next to floor 9, floor 7, 5. Wow. That is unlucky. Very tough, very tough. Like a 200-meter fall that you need to somehow land. So on a previous attempt, we did see Hazard get this bounce up here, clear these beams, jump down here, and then attempt this wall right here. But it didn't quite work. The guess is that you need to jump over here, but there's maybe something else too. Could be that there's some other way. Like climbing on top of this thing, or yeah. Something else. Yeah, the issue is that the issue with the upside down plastic quarter pipe thing is that it seems to be a pretty heavy speed check as well. Barely made the landing afterwards last night with the intended way. So I feel like just getting upside down into that like plastic quarter pipe, that doesn't seem to be enough. I feel like it's gonna require speed as well. There's a lot of struts there. I think we'll wait for the players to come up with things. At this point, we've been checking out so many things, and the players have been checking so many things. I am sure. We'll wait and see what they can come up with. It's a tricky floor, but I feel like at the very least, the plastic bones looks fairly doable with what Hazard is doing. The sort of like angle after the bounce to climb the wall slightly, that seems promising. So maybe it's possible, even if we don't figure out every, you know, whatever shortcuts there are, or whatever puzzles, or, you know, whatever floor 13 really is. We might not even need to find everything there, right? Hazard wasn't streaming just a moment ago. We're gonna follow the server here, checking in on all kinds of players, explaining some tricks as much as we can, answering questions and stuff like that. Yeah, the faded name here means that the player is not moving, basically. Could be AFK or could be that the run is over. The total prize pool is a little bit over 30,000. $30,133. Simo, not quite getting the angle here, but this is recoverable. You can just go back on the beam and try this final jump again. So there's actually two ways to do this. Interestingly, we found Mada doing what is perhaps the easy way for the first time just 2 days ago. I never saw this before in the last 2 weeks. Instead of jumping into this hole, which is what players usually do, landing here, and then going around, and then jumping here. And that seems a lot simpler. But I think at this point players have been doing the big jumps so long that, you know, Simo also just goes for it, saves a little bit of time, and manages to climb into floor 9. Very nicely done. And floor 9. Strawberry Cheesecake by Rioter. Very sort of traditional tricks on this floor, in a sense. Using these kinds of ramps. Oh, that's gonna go far. Oh, Simo. Oh. Unfortunately, missing the landing slightly. And there is a save here, but it's not fun. You drop down here, Simo, lands it. Oh, just control it as well. Then you wait a little bit because you still have wet wheels from this pool, which kind of clips through the ground, and then you ride the snake. Well, Rioter is excited. Did you build this one as well, Rioter? See if Simo manages. A little bit down to luck. You don't really drive here, because the wheels are not really touching anything. You did build the snake. Well, let's see if Simo thanks you or not. Well, makes it through. That is nice. That is nice. So we keep going. Back to floor 8. Back to the turtle stuff. And we can kind of explain the upside down driving there as well. Thank you, Joanna, for the Prime, and Abstract Algorithm for the 5 gifted. Very much appreciate that. Very generous. Thank you. So, Timo momentarily will flip the car upside down here, right there. And now swings the car from side to side so that the wheels keep touching the ground, so that Timo can actually get grip and drive. So this is not just for fun, you actually need to do this because of this platform over here. If you just drive to it normally, you will just crash it. But as we just saw, if you drive it upside down, you can carefully flip the car so that one of the wheels will land on the platform, and then you can climb it as well. It's a very interesting technique. Simo, very good at it. It's kind of a part of the trial skill set that a lot of these more old school players have. Simo, really good at it. Hazard, also very good at it. Then there are some players like Elcon, for example, who kind of struggled with it initially, but have also improved a lot. So it really depends on what you play. There's so many different styles in Trackmania. So you have these, you know, trial maps where you have a very difficult checkpoint that might take like hundreds of attempts to clear. Very like hard speed checks. Floor 12, I think, kind of shows that kind of trial building style pretty nicely. Those kind of like jump combinations are pretty common, then upside down driving, very common. And then you have like the more traditional side of Trackmania where you can play ice maps, you can play, you know, full speed maps, very high speed, or some more technical maps. There's a lot, you know? Many different playing styles. This map is really about the trial sort of skill set though. Trial and RPG, which RPG is kind of like usually more pathfinding than the trial maps. A little bit of pathfinding as well, figuring out what to do. Oh, Timo keeps the car moving. So, yeah, Elcon, for example, very good full speed player, very good ice player. Lacking maybe on, you know, the upside down driving stuff. You think the newbie dip will attract a lot of new streamers and players to play Trackmania? I think there's some pretty big streamers participating at least. So there is actually a there's actually a big map releasing in just 10 minutes, I think, which is an easier version of this map. So it's something that I think Lyric and Ludwig and some other streamers will attempt. It's designed to be possible to finish for someone completely new to the game as well. So it's pretty exciting. So if you have recently got the game and you tried this map and you felt like, oh, well, that's a bit tough, because it is. Mostly newer players will struggle getting past floor 0 and then also get stuck on floor 1 ice slide. So it's looking like now you can try it on the easier version, actually finish the map as well. It's probably not going to be easy, but it will be something where you don't need to do like the upside down driving, and you don't probably need to do like super good ice slides and stuff like this. Well, back to these jumps. I don't really know what the map is gonna be like. I'm imagining that it's not 16 floors high. "66 hours, you think? Well, that's the word from one of the mappers, I suppose. Good estimate. It's gonna be really exciting to see some people discover it. Maybe discover Trackmania for the first time in the form of a survival map like this. Techie thought it was up to 5 or 6. Okay, yeah, and like very nerfed sections. Sounds interesting. Yeah. We can check that out at some point as well, but we're gonna focus on the main grind, obviously. And yeah, I think it should be releasing pretty soon. I think it's releasing like in 8 minutes, if I heard correctly. The Wildcard run is on !WR clip if you want to check it out from last night. I played Trackmania since 2006 and I'm stuck at the ice slide. Yeah, I know you're a pretty good player too, Roa. Ice is the difficult. So yeah, I don't know about Elcon. I do know that Elcon, for example, yesterday morning was playing. Has gotten to floor 12 as well, as far as I know. Seems to still be on the grind, but of course when you've been playing for 17 days. Oh, Simo. Oh, Simo. What? Wait, what even happened? Wait, hold. What? This is highly unusual. Hitting the wall? Hitting the wall and slowing? Oh no. That is incredibly rare. If the car is moving backwards, then maybe it will eventually fall back down, but... It is moving backwards, but I don't know if that's because of the quarter pipe or, you know... Because the car will have default movement pretty often, so we can see it moving right now. Basically meaning that when you're upside down like this, generally speaking, the car will move either forwards or backwards, very slowly. So here, going backwards, if the car somehow like hits this wall and then starts moving here, maybe you can recover from this point, go back to the... Well, maybe you can even clear this jump, no? Go here, take some speed, land there. That looks pretty far though. There's other recoveries though. You can go to the beginning of the floor. I do believe that the hitbox here, like... I think the car should probably steer. Is it stuck now though? No, yeah, it could be... It could be that the default movement's actually towards the quarter pipe. Was just the, you know, falling down from the quarter pipe that moved it. Yeah, I think we go for a restart there. No, I think the car can flip over the edge moving backwards. I think it's just a little bit down to luck and probably the surface type as well. But yeah, like, you do get often pretty scammed. I'm from Finland. Hello, Ham. Yeah, I can't give you like an in-depth code explanation of how default movement works, unfortunately. But we can explain this part. Scandier a little bit too slow. Oh, needs to somehow manage to slow down the car through the turbo. And now it's doing these wiggles here. That's called a speed slide. So what you can do is you can do small overlap between the front wheels and back wheels, meaning that you drift slightly, and when you have 70 speed going backwards, you can do speed slides, which means that on plastic, grass and dirt, you can increase your speed by doing that small drift. That mechanic is also used in full speed. Full speed is forwards driving strategy. So you actually drive forwards, you get more than 400 speed forwards, and you can do those speed slides against speed. It's a very, very big style, very high skill ceiling. Oh, barely landing. Should be savable. Small break up, yeah. There we go. Backwards. Speed sliding is basically the only way to accelerate at all. Oh, Scandier needs to go for the save. Thank you, Thanatos, also for the tier 1. Do you take a look at the newbie deep dip? Maybe later, but we're gonna follow the server for now. I'm new to all this deep... What? Oh, Scandier choosing not to go for the save here. So you can go over this beam and kind of glide along, and then try to save on this god-awful platform. Try to get on top of it, and then you can just go around and try this whole thing again. Doesn't seem like Scandier likes that save though. Doesn't want to do it, so just goes back to the beginning of the floor. Final part of floor 6 here. Feels pretty confident, I suppose. I'm new to all this deep dip stuff. I see another stream... On another stream, Scrappy is on floor 11. Why doesn't he show up on the left side of the stream? Good question. So, some of the players are playing on this server. We have a bunch of people right now playing on this Deep Dip streamer server, which this server is a whitelisted server, which means that generally the top players will play here, and then there are some public servers where you can also play the map if you want to try it out in a more social setting. But you can also play this map in solo, so you can just load the map and play it, and then you're fine, yeah? Some players have FPS issues on servers. It's a very individual thing. I've organized competitions myself, and I've faced issues that are, like, just extremely frustrating, where some player can't connect to a server at all, even though they're whitelisted, everything's fine, like on paper, but then there's like this issue, and then we just, you know, need to say like, okay, well, you can play in solo. And then there's like some players are facing disconnect issues sometimes, so they're not able to get like a steady connection onto some server, even though they normally have good connection on servers. And then there's some players that have like very bad FPS on a server, like maybe 25% of what they get in solo, whereas some other player can get like 90% of their normal FPS on a server. So there's individual issues like this. That's how Trackmania works. So some of the players have these problems, and they are playing in solo instead of on the server. Scrappy being one of those. Scrappy had a bunch of disconnects on good runs, so it's kind of like understandable that you wouldn't want to take any risks there, right? You don't want to risk your run ending just because the server said that you can't be there anymore for random reason. So the whitelist is actually closed. I think we mostly have the same players as we've had on this server from the beginning, but of course there's some players still whitelisted. Some big streamers want to try it out, and they do get into this setting as well. So, is the easy deep dip out? Semifying struggling with performance issues right now? Yeah, it is somewhat common. The plugin has also caused problems, by the way, for some people. Trackmania is just weird. Really boils down to that. Well, Scandier, onto the beam jump here. Now, two strategies, either land sideways or with the back wheels. Goes for the back wheels, and it works. Hazard is still number one. Got another attempt. Just before. Trackmania server performance issues are not really that hardware related, by the way. That's the last thing there. I've run enough competitions to know. Here we go, Scandier. Into this weird upside down section here, you just basically steer a little bit to the right. Try to keep the car stable through this, and then continue the turtle. Then goes for the back wheel climb. Getting through. Hazard, for example, doing this with front wheels, and actually climbs very quickly too. There's some technique to that. But the back wheels work as well. Then speed check onto the grass, don't want to go too fast. Again, hitting the back wheel onto the grass to slow the car down very quickly. The shallow dip map is out now. It's very cool. If anyone wants to try it, I think it's in the Deep Dip Club. We might check it out a bit later too. Yeah, same map, but nerfed a lot. Well, here we go. Back to the final turtle. Over the narrow parts, needs to time the wheels of the correct side to go over them, and works great. Climbing up. It will work eventually. You just need to be patient. I'm great, Kostanix. What about you? I don't know if I'm whitelisted for the shallow dip server, but it's not really meant for me necessarily. We'll kinda let the new players, new streamers figure that out. We're gonna stay for now on the big map. So we keep climbing. That uphill, not so bad, honestly. It's fairly doable. I haven't seen anyone ever fail that, and I've probably seen, at the very least, like 50 runs through that uphill. But these jumps are available. Need to get very good speed, land onto this pole, down the ramp, and now trying to aim a little bit to the left on this turbo landing. That's perfect, yeah. So we've seen some players land here instead. And the danger is that you go too far, you don't slow the car down, or if you land this, then the car turns sideways and the back wheels go off the turbo. And that is kind of... It's savable, but it's very tedious to save. It usually takes a while to get the car back, because there's very little space to move it. So, aiming a little bit to the left there, on that big jump, seems to be the plan. Well, Scandier making these floor 9 sections look easy so far. This one, pretty tricky. Need to really push for speed here, using all the available space. Air brake number 2, and then jumping up. Very well done. Back to this turbo jump. Thing centered. Timo previously unfortunately touched the wall here. And Scandier going for the low jump. We've seen Hazard go for the high jump, which lines up on the other side of the hole. Scandier doing this kind of the Lars way, doing a still a little bit higher jump than many. Works great though. A lot of players like Elcon, for example, just kind of drop down from that first quarter pipe there. Then the plastic punch, air brake to land into the quarter pipe, and now lining up a right side quarter pipe jump down on the pole. It lands. The risk there is to land upside down, which used to happen all the time when players were still trying to figure this out for the first time. And then landing to floor 10, no issues. And we keep going. Hi, Oho. New bot. Scandier and Hazard have very similar skill sets, yeah. There's a little bit of difference in that Scandier actually has played on the competitive like traditional scene as well. So Hazard's skill set mostly in the RPG trial maps, the tricky stuff like this one. Scandier has played also in the Trackmania Challenger League, which is one tier below the Grand League, where, for example, Elcon, Granadi, Bren have played. And Scandier definitely had the skill level also to get to the Grand League. Played really, really well in the Challenger, but now the system is different. There's no more Grand League, there's no more Challenger League. So... yeah, Scandier qualified for Grand League even, and then they changed the system. It also happened once to one of our own Finnish players, Mikuatro. Very unfortunate. Well, at the end of the day, competitions keep coming, and it could be that maybe we have our biggest year in Trackmania in terms of these community competitions. And they're getting closer now to the ice spin, makes the jump into the pool. $30,000 for finishing a Trackmania map for top 3. That is pretty good. Spin looks great, really, really clean. Scandier showing that diverse skill set. Oh, yeah, $15,000 for the first player to finish this map right now. We'll see. Everything's still pretty open. We're currently on floor 13, about halfway through. Hazard currently the one who got the furthest on the map. Then Bren and Lars also doing pretty great. Elcon, Virtual, Scandir, Scrappy, Simo, Manuel could all be contenders still. For sure. Oh, this is very much on the edge. I think it's gonna go over floor 9, maybe. Oh no, not the snake again. Well, we go back, I suppose. Turning a little bit too early, I think, on the half-pipe turn. Making the car turn more to the right. So, you want to turn when you're kind of losing the grip, when you're kind of vertical. Otherwise, the car might have too much grip, and it might steer too far to the side and go over the edge like this. Very difficult. Well, here we go. Let's see how it goes. Saveable. Tries it, but I don't think it's quite gonna work. Lands in. Not gonna be able to cover that one. Simo, floor 6 right now. Yeah, there's like a no input strategy for the snake, but there's also like a way to steer through it, and I think a lot can work. Many things can work. So, Hazard has gotten the plastic bounce on floor 13, yes. Twice. Just before today as well. So last night and today, managed to get it. But still trying to find the final struts for the floor. There seems to be a path that's probably doable, but it could be that there's some other way as well. There seem to be many ideas to shortcut the plastic pounds, because at the end of the day, we're kind of looking at the previous part and the accidental shortcut that we found, and right now it might start looking like that shortcut might have been intentional anyway. I feel like the floor might be a path-finding challenge. So while the... Oh, Simo, so close. Of floor 6. Upside down, but savable. Just about timing. There it is. Well done. So yeah, it might be that it's a pathfinding challenge, right? There is a route, and the route probably works, and if you want to do it, you can, but there's probably an easier route with some shortcuts. It would be interesting if someone did manage to do the plastic ice wall thing, just to see if it also says good job. Because the plastic bones did have this good job on the screen when you cleared it. Which seems unusual. I don't think that has ever happened before on any section. Oh, Simo. Ice turtling, not really a thing. Not really a thing you do in this game. Reminder that many of these players also streaming their POVs, if you want to check that kind of perspective. They will generally be showing their progress, maybe giving some insight. Any update on players going radio silent on the higher floors? Well, right now, I don't think it's really happening. I don't really think that we are there yet. Maybe floor 15, maybe floor 16 even, but like right now, I feel like everyone's kind of, for a moment again, has forgot about like the big sort of competition here. I think right now, everyone's trying to work together to try to understand floor 13. It's sort of like a mix between collaboration and then these like individual performances. Right now, because of the pathfinding, I feel like we're still in the collaboration phase. Floor 12, it was kind of looking like, okay, things might be speeding up. But now it's the puzzle, yeah? I swear, Plexity has like a script typing XDD in the chat every 5 minutes. Semifying has been doing pretty nicely. Trying to get to floor 8. I don't think Semi has made it to floor 8 just yet. But there's a big thing that happened yesterday. Floor 7 practice floor was released. So right now we have floor 0 to 7 practice floors officially released that you can play. So you can get some experience. You can try to find some new strats, test things out by starting from the beginning of the floor and then, you know, kind of getting some strats in. So I feel like Semi has been playing the floor 7 individual floor, getting some practice in. Semi went to 8 twice, then on the turtle flip both times. Okay. And recently did some turtle training maps. Good idea. Well, duck jump works, no issue there. Down pitched underwater, yippee. Well, let's see. This tricky wet wheel plastic section. So, wet wheels actually never decay on plastic. Dirt dries wet wheel immediately, but plastic retains them forever. And other surfaces usually like dry the wet wheels very slowly. Ice works a little bit differently. When you go from water to ice, then you can have both wet and icy wheels at the same time, which creates these plastic ice sections, which is weird. I'm still not sure if that's quite intentional, but you know. That's how it works anyway. Oh, chaining seems to work as well. Very confident. You can really see that floor practice here. Kicking in. Has been trying some strats. Noticed that they work. Feels confident. It's good. Is shallow dip discussion okay? I mean, sure. How many floors is it? Probably not 14 floors, right? So, be fine. Great line. Getting the landing. Plastic doesn't slow you down if you bounce on it or slide on it. 5 floors, okay. So up to floor 4. So they kept the Mudgy Ice Slide. Interesting. Up to floor 5. Okay, okay. So, technically 6 floors then. From 0 to 5. I mean, yeah, but I understand what you're saying. The ice slide is surely nerfed, though. You don't need to do it like that. Great line from Sammy. Those are difficult jumps to do. Need to get some pretty specific lines. For a lot of these kind of jumps, the players do have visual cues for like when to drop down, and you know, there's these lines on the ground that you can sometimes use as visual cues. So now the ice turbo tunnel. You need to be sideways through these turbos. I mean, going for the initial speed strategy works nicely. You can see that when the car rotates either facing a little bit forwards or a little bit backwards, the turbos start affecting you again, so you really need to be sideways there. The more forwards or backwards you are, the more boost you get, and if the plastic beams there don't bounce you in the right ways, then you might go all the way through and, well, you fall down here. So, oh, gets onto the beam. Plastic really tricky to slow down on. So, a lot of players using this uphill beam to get rid of the speed, because as you clear these jumps, you can't be super slow. You have to still be like a little bit fast, and then immediately slow down so you don't go too far. Some players do like just slam the brakes immediately when they can, but it's really sketchy. It can work, but it always goes so close to the edge. So I feel like this beam strategy is probably going to be the better one here. Well, here we go. Final jump, taking the speed from the top and barely lands it. Floor 8. It is by Dundee. GP. Koopa Troopa is the name. And that is a reference to the turtling that you do here. Sammy? I don't think Sammy really has this skill set. Oh, touching walls is always scary because it can kill the motion of the car. But I did just hear a little bit earlier that Sammy has been practicing some turtle maps in preparation for this floor. There's 3 turtling sections that you need to do, and this unflip here, that's the important one. So waiting for the front wheel to be at the right time. Ooh, back wheel on the platform, lands, and now needs to climb back up. If this fails, it's okay. Oh, but it doesn't fail. You can retry these sections, but I think Sammy, right now, on a personal best. First time clearing the flip there. The turtling practice pays off. We're not done yet though. There's an easier part soon. But first you need to get up here. And then the beam landing. And the problem is that there's a gap. 2 strategies. You can either go sideways over to the beam and then turn once you land it. Or you can turn the car in the air and land with your back wheels already. There's really like 50-50 what people are doing, I think. The main thing is to get enough speed, but it is also possible to go too far. And the issue with this jump is that if you fail it, you fall down, and if you somehow manage to bounce on the plastic here and save yourself on floor 7, well done. But usually players are not that lucky. So, very important section to clear. When you get a little bit further onto this floor, the saves and recovery start becoming more, well, less devastating. But this beam jump and then the next jump combination you do need to clear. Okay, Jug. And Sunti. Watch Shallow Dip. It is a new version of this map from floor 0 to the end of floor 5. And it's designed so that you can finish that even as a new Trackmania player. It should be in the Trackmania club, the Deep Dip club. So it's gonna have everything up until this floor here, as I understand. So it probably ends, you know, somewhere. So basically, like 1/3 of this, and it's very nerfed. So they've like got rid of the difficult tricks. As far as I know, I haven't seen it myself yet, but you know, we'll check it out at some point. Pretty sure Tally has made it past this beam landing, yes. As far as I know. Well, here we go. Gaining the speed. I'm sure you could do it, Impact. Floor 6 is still included. Oh, okay, so it's from 0 to 6 to the end of 6. You have 5 minutes playtime in Trackmania. I'm pretty sure the map is designed so that it's not easy, but it's doable even if you're completely new to Trackmania. I think that is the idea. Sammy, let's see the beam landing. This one you might not do if you're new to Trackmania, but Sammy is not new. Very good player, has won one of the official Nadio campaigns as well, but the beam landing, oh, it's unfortunately not on point. What is happening? Okay, well, the plastic does plastic things. And Sammy does save it. So there is a possible recovery here. You can do one of two things. You can go here and then jump over there, but I don't recommend it. Hazard has done this jump and it looks very bad. So what you would rather do is go here, land on this plastic, and then land to this recovery. And from here, you can go back to the end of floor 6, which is not that bad. Could be worse. Could be better, of course. You would much rather be on the beam on floor 8, but it's still a personal best for Sammy. So it's a very solid attempts still. There's a bot in here that only types XTD at random intervals. Yeah, I've noticed. Okay. Let him do it. Let him do it until we've cleared floor 13. We're fine. You guys been doing pretty nicely too. Trying to get towards floor 9 still, I think. 962 could be the very beginning of floor 9. But importantly, like when we look at height, we shouldn't make too many quick judgments, because this is the beginning of floor 9, and there's this quarter pipe on floor 8 that goes at the same height or higher. So I feel like Hugo's still on this final jump. There's an easier way now for this final jump. Oh, Sammy, are you gonna do this strat? No, it's so bad though. Oh god, okay, well, suppose we hope for the best. Wait, is there something else? Hold on. What's the plan? Is the plan not to jump there? Wait, oh, okay. Alright, so Sammy has found something new. Oh, needs to go up a little bit faster. Oh. It's an interesting idea. That's gonna be back to floor 3 at best. Oh, missing the landing too. So, let's kinda take a look. So was the idea to go over here and then in here? Landing to the water, then going here and back to floor 6. That, I suppose that was the idea, yeah. I mean, it is a little bit scary to do the other recovery where you do need to land over on this plastic. Like, it's a very tight angle and it can be pretty rough to do. So, I suppose it's pretty risky, you might fall all the way down. It wasn't a bad idea. You end up in floor 6 anyway, even if you do this. A little bit further, you know, but... still. Newish to Twitch had a message in chat to use 2k coins to click curse your run. You can curse the run or bless the run, and we don't know what those do. It's magic. They either work or don't work. A lot of the time. Okay, Twist actually gave like a good explanation, thank you. Well, Hazard. Still taking a small break, I think. Thank you, Hype, for the 74. Dear Lord. Thank you very much. I'm actually checking if Plaxty is throwing these messages at even intervals. Hugo falling down, unfortunately. Well, we can get to see these tricky first few floors. Haven't been able to watch for 1 week. Please give me a quick rundown. Sure. We can walk backwards. So, right now, the Waldrakart has made it to floor 30, which starts here. So, as far as I know, 3 people have made it here. Lars, Bren, and Hazard. Bren the first one, then Hazard, then Lars. So, jumping in, going around, landing here. That's the first part. Then you take speed, jump through, land, spin in a 360, and go around over here, jumping over here. It's a lot of pathfinding, but this is what players know for sure. Jump out with the turbo, land, and then you go into a bobsleigh loop where you build speed for 4 circles around, 4 loops, and then you move to the plastic, zoom over here. Jumping over to this platform, going around into this window, then the wood part, high grip, high turn rate surface, you go over here and then you go here. Now there's a shortcut, intentional or otherwise, but this is what the players are doing. Instead of going to the window where the road would continue on the beam, seemingly, you jump down here, jump down here, jump down here, then onto this platform, use the plastic, and go onto this bottom floor. Accelerate, turbos, jump to the left, land here. And then there's the question mark plastic bounce. So, did Lars make it here as well? I know that Bren has made it to this point at the very least. Did Lars make it here too? Thank you, Sue, for the Prime. Lars also made it here. Okay, so this plastic bones. Been reached by all 3 players. Hazard, Bren, and Lars. Lars made the jump, but turtled. Okay. So, this jump, you land upside down, or with the back of the car or whatever. And you bounce up, and you end up into this gap. Hazard struggled with this quite a bit. Everyone has struggled with this. But managed to do it yesterday, and also today. Yesterday, then also made it through these parts. Turbo, jump up, land upside down, bounce on these plastics here. Then wet plastic, beam, jump over here, land over here into the pool, and then tried out the wall right here, lost some speed in the landing, and unfortunately ended there. That is the best run we've had. So what do you do from here? Well, if we kind of consider, well, I'm gonna explain the next part as well. We've been talking about it all day, but you know, I'll explain it again still. So there is a route afterwards, and I can show it in a moment, but you'll understand why I'm a bit hesitant to call it the route. Because when Hazard managed to do these plastic bones, climbed up, there was a text that said, "Good job." It is very unlike this map to congratulate you for doing like a single plastic bones. And then we also had the shortcut, right? We thought that, oh, it's just a mapping oversight. It's really unfortunate we don't get to see the part afterwards because we accidentally found a shortcut. Bren accidentally found this shortcut. But what if it's intentional? What if when we went here, we landed on the beam, we jumped up here into the window, into this plastic wall hug, into wall right, into plastic bones, into ice slide vertically, into this jump onto the quarter pipe, which gets you to the same place as the shortcut. What if this would also result in a good job text? What if it's just another good job section? And we're supposed to find strategies to avoid those super overcooked parts. That seems like it could be what this floor is about. There might be few sections like this that are possible, but very difficult, that players can avoid doing with these shortcuts. Yeah, like if someone manages to do this ice spiral and it also results in a good job text, then I feel like it's pretty much confirmed that we need to find these shortcuts. So it is a pathfinding floor, meaning that the challenge on this will come from figuring out the strategies. That's what it looks like right now. So the plastic bones has been done twice by Hazard. But maybe there's another way. Maybe, like, you know, there's ideas. Like, for example, could you from here, instead of dropping all the way down, could you drop a little bit to the left instead, on here, and then hug this plastic, and somehow get to this quarter pipe directly, and then go around, and then you're here in the same place, after the plastic boats, right? Maybe, but, you know, like, at this point, you don't want to throw runs away just because you had an idea and it's not going to work at all, you fall all the way down. That's kind of the tricky thing. So we do know that the plastic bounce is possible, and Hazard did do it on first try today. So it could be that this is, you know, for now this is good enough. Maybe there's something else that we haven't noticed yet or haven't proved to be possible. We have the plastic bounce, which has been proven to be possible. There is a strat there. Hazard has some way to do it. So are we gonna spend, like, you know, the next 10 attempts trying like weird ideas to skip it, maybe it could be worth it. There's still 3 floors above this, 14, 15, 16, so I don't know. So then, when you get to the wall ride, the obvious question is, well, this looks pretty overcooked. So this is what seems to be the route. You go over here, do the wall ride, land here. Then you climb up here, land, and go on the plastic. Jump with this block, turn around in the air, take speed, jump through the window. Go through, land here, jump with the turbo, probably to the left into the pool. Then you take the turbo, jump over here, and this is probably where floor 14 begins. But the question is, like, is any of this actually meant to be done, or are we getting baited again? Do you need to go maybe on top of this, and maybe do something else from here? Maybe, you know... there's ideas. There's a lot of ideas. But so few attempts. Well, we don't know if the bones is a bait, but I would say that it's weird that it gives you like a good job message. Because there's so many other things, like the ice spin. The ice spin doesn't give you a good job message, right? And that's a pretty difficult section. We don't have the floor 11 plastic half pipe give you a good job message, right? We don't have this message anywhere, to my knowledge. So like, why there? Why would it be on that plastic bunch? So like, that tells me that something's up. And the players know it as well. And you know, they're trying to figure something out, but so far like nothing seems like, okay, that's gonna be it. We'll wait. We'll wait and see. I feel like all of the players are now like very up to date on the situation. Oh, interesting hype. Maybe that's maybe that's something. I don't have any internal knowledge. I didn't build anything on this map. I am not part of the organizers. I'm in the same boat as the players, so I wouldn't know anything. I have the same theories as the players. We can take a look at shallow dip, maybe right now actually. Now that no one is on a very high run, I think maybe now. Holy, there's a lot of servers. US servers and... many of them too. Variety streamer room. And there's also a Trackmania streamer room. We can take a quick look in the campaign. Yeah, here it is. So, Deep Dip to Shallow Dip. So if you haven't heard about this, we can take a quick look right now. So today, there's been a new version of Deep Dip 2 released, which is a short version. I still kept the same intro, yeah. Guess it works. So, this map is meant for players that might be completely new to Trackmania. But it's probably a pretty decent challenge also for players that might be, you know, just casual players of the game. Because, let's be real, usually, even if you're, like, experienced in Trackmania, but you're kind of casual, you're not on the level of these players, your runs will probably make it to floor 2 or floor 3 at most. So here we have like an easier version of the big map. Goes all the way up. Anyone can join, Odin. Absolutely anyone. The servers, of course, might be located in different countries, so I'm not sure what the connection will be like. But you can also play the map in solo. Like, I just loaded the map in solo right now. You can absolutely play this too. Yeah, to play on the servers, you do need to pay the $20 or €20 subscription. So, yeah, there's already a bunch of people who finished this one. I don't know if we should play this, because it's probably... I haven't played the full map at all. Maybe I should not play this one, but we could check out maybe Scandir's run here, maybe. Or just the Waltergard. We can check the Waltergard and see what this one is about. So we can kind of compare and see what the differences are. But yeah, if you're new to Trackmania, if you got the game and then felt like this big map was a bit too much, this one is a lot easier. So this transition is a little bit closer. That landing is made to be a little easier. This jump also easier. So it does seem like pretty much everything is made to be a little easier. This landing lower. The water here extends a bit further, so you don't need to do the flip. So already floor 0 looks pretty a lot easier. You have double width on these roads here. Yeah, this looks pretty pretty good so far. Here you have a little bit of more space jumping through. You don't have the pole that you can hit there. No bobsleigh here. Instead, this is a road surface. So replacing ice with road, a little bit easier for sure. This jump, no longer a speed check. No water here. Ice slide up. You have a little bit more space, but also the landing area a little bit easier. And then this jump probably a little easier too. So yeah, this looks pretty great so far. Like every sort of trick has been changed a little bit. It's not easy for sure because it still hasn't got any checkpoints. But I feel like so far it looks pretty nice. Water landing, so if you land upside down from that, then you will flip back up. We still have the ice here, but I heard someone say that the ice slide is not necessary anymore. Like the jump here is easier. So you can skip the ice slide. Here, more space. Yeah, you can press forward the ice. Probably not this player's first 10 minutes in the game. That I don't believe. More space on the quarter pipe. The turbo. A little bit more space here to land. Pool is wider. Yeah, so like pretty much every single part of this has been changed. It looks very good so far, honestly. More space to land here. The light beams have been replaced with a pole, with a pipe. And here you don't need to turtle, thankfully. No need for upside driving on this. Upside down driving on this one, I think. And then, yeah. I don't probably need to explain every single thing that has been changed. It's like every single jump has been changed, right? Hello Sunday, I try. Messy jump, more space to set it up, and much more space to land it as well. Yeah, it's really cool that they didn't only just, you know, change the, like, hardest parts, but, like, everything has been made to be, like, much more balanced. Like, significant amount of work. This landing area, much wider too. But it's cool that you kind of get the experience of the same map. Like, everything so far has been, like, the same except for the turtle part, right? Like, that's the only change so far. The very beginning of floor 2, where you actually, like, do something else than in the big map, right? You have a wall here. You still have the wet, icy plastic bouncing I don't know if that jump is easier. Hard to say. This jump, yeah, you land on the flat ground and probably don't need to isolate this one. You can just, you know, carefully take a line through, I would imagine, and drop down. Yeah. There's basically no gap at all. It's just an uphill. It does not. Thanasaurus, welcome back. Yeah, it's much shorter. About 1/3. Less than 1/3, I guess. A little bit. Well, no, about 1/3. Close. Still doing the backflip. It's really cool that, like, some of these things that are very flashy but are not so difficult to do, like, you know, the backflip there, you just press forward, right? And they still kept those. More space on this part. And then the bug slide. Oh, you still can do the bug slide. I don't think the bug slide is necessary. Well, this is the current water guard on the shallow dip version. So what we are watching right now, if you're just tuning in, we are checking out the brand new map that has been released, the easy version of Deep Dip 2. So this is meant for players that are completely new to Trackmania. So there's many changes. This official release from the mappers. Many changes. A lot of the tricks have been changed to be doable by new players. Like this landing, much more forgiving, right? What about the quarter pipe jump? This was a very difficult stunt. Oh, it just has more space. Yeah, looks good. A bit more space on the quarter pipe. This already looks pretty tricky though. And then the bobsleigh doesn't have a hole on it. It is still hard, for sure, yeah. It's not supposed to be easy, but it's something where, like, the mechanical skill that you need is definitely lower. Here you get turbos, and you kind of line up this jump as well. Really clever changes. Okay, this part has been changed a lot. Okay, yeah. Easier landing here, and the plastic is lower as well. And you can still do the dirt zoop thing, I think. Ah. So can you, like, retry... Can you retry the dirts from here? Or are you supposed to... Interesting. I do think you need to kind of zoop on the dirt. That's kind of cool that they managed to keep this stunt as well. Yeah, you still need to do this, but then the landing is, like, a lot easier. You don't need to, like, jump through it, but you need to do the technique, which is really cool. Well, this is world record, but consider that the map was released less than an hour ago, so just... just keep that in mind. No ice landing on floor 5 beginning. Really nice how they kept a lot of the mechanics and techniques. Here, there's a sign blocking you from falling. So yeah, for someone who's completely new to Trackmania, this will still be, like, very difficult. But it's a lot more forgiving. Pathfinding is kind of tough, but, you know, over here we have watched enough of this, I guess. Oh, you even have to do the plastic bounce. It's kind of cool. Well, I would like to play this, actually. Well, the uphill is easier too. It's really cool how the stunts are the same. Almost all of them, like 95% of the stunts are the same. This is really well done. Kind of guiding the plastic wall hook there. I would like to play this, but I feel like I still want to not play the deep dip, and I think that this goes a little bit too close. I need to recover here as well. This looks fun to hunt though. Looks really fun to try to get good runs on this. What's the author time on this? Author time 15 minutes 31 seconds. Okay. So even the author time is built to be like fairly forgiving, right? It's made so that newer players can get it as well. Yeah, shallow dip, meaning that it's an easy version of Deep Dip 2. Just released. I haven't tried Deep Dip 2, we're just casting. Really cool. There's a wall. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 would be kind of cool. 5, 6, yeah. That would have been fitting. What do you guys think? Maybe... Hold on. What about the turbo turnaround? Oh, you have like space here to line it up. Okay, so this is basically like the easy setup, right? That players are already using on the big map. Kinda cool. Yeah, you still need to do the plastic bounce though. It's not so simple, for sure. What was it? 1531004. Do you guys think that maybe there's some code on the 1531004 that helps us solve floor 13? Maybe? Plexity? Any response? Okay, so floor 6, and then you have... This is kind of like the Deep Dip 1 jump, that's cool. So, yeah, it's from 0 to 5, very cool map. Looks really nice. I think a lot of newer players will enjoy this one a lot. Super cool. Plexity real quiet, yeah, true. Four tricks between floor 15 and 13. 4 shortcuts, maybe? Entirely possible. Sammy, back on the grind. Yeah, if you want to try it out. It is in the Deep Dip Club in-game. Probably a bunch of people streaming it right now as well. Probably some people who are completely new to the game. And you can probably get some perspective. If you watch someone who's new to Trackmania, try out that easy version. Oh, that's a little bit too far. Well, Sammy, with the save. Just getting wet wheels here and trying again. Yeah, you can probably get perspective. And see how difficult even the very, like, nerfed version is compared to this one. Might give you some more idea of what these guys are actually doing. It's kind of incredible. Hi guys. Plex is currently working on the easy version of his floor. Oh god. Hope not. Sammy? Very consistent on floor 7 right now. Yeah, Hazard is AFK. Maybe getting some food or something. Oh, thank you, Plexity, for the update. Don't be sorry, Ghost. You could maybe pin the water guard thing. If the bot is not working, you can maybe pin it. Or no. Well, here we are though, back on the big version. Deep Dip 2. A very tricky map for sure. Day 18 right now. We've had a whole bunch of great attempts today and yesterday. Still looking to clear floor 13. So you can see the wall record is around the floor 14 mark. But the issue with that is that it's not actually for floor 14. It is just the height of floor 14. So we have still many sections on floor 13 to figure out. There's a difficult plastic bounce that players have been trying to figure out. Hazard is the only one to clear it twice so far. A little bit earlier today. Managed to get it too. And yesterday as well. Ren and Lars are the other two players. To reach that point, but haven't made it through. Was there any similar impossible problem to solve, like the plastic jump on floor 13, which even Bren is clueless about? Well, there was one, which was the plastic half loop on floor 11. That was similar. Sammy makes it, nice. Was pretty similar, yeah. This section. You go from here, end on the wall, bounce on the plastic, fly into the pool. So Bren was doing a lot of science here, trying to do like press forward setups and press forward and right setups and slow setups and fast setups, and eventually, you know, we did kind of figure it out though. You just land into this wall, you aim the car straight down, land upside down on the plastic, and then fly through with the plastic bounces to the pool. So this one took a while to figure out for sure, especially even after clearing it a couple times. Players still needed to like try to find like the consistent strat. Now it's been figured out. It's what I said it is. So that seems to work really nicely for like Hazard, for example, who hasn't failed this in like the last 5 attempts, I think, at the very least. So like the consistency on this halfpipe has been getting so much better. So like, could it be similar on the plastic bones? Well, technically, sure, but the issue really is that when you clear this, there's a good job text. You don't get that good job text on the halfpipe. So that kind of makes it feel like there's something different about it. There's something, maybe it's baiting, that it's baiting us. Maybe it is the only way, but it's just telling us this kind of a thing, so we would overthink it. That's possible too. But considering that we already found one shortcut, skipping one very difficult looking part on the map, which no one ever tried, by the way, so we don't actually know how difficult it is. Considering there was already a shortcut, I feel like we are supposed to find shortcuts on that floor. It's a pathfinding floor. That's my current idea, and I feel like the players feel like this as well. But they're not finding anything better than the plastic pose so far. So that's the issue. Maybe the shortcut is bait. Maybe it's bait that the shortcut would be bait. Who knows? You got a quack in the pool. Well, but the thing is that getting that kind of a big pool jump just feels different. Like, you know, the quack thing is, it feels different than getting a good job. I feel like if it was just about like a plastic bounce, then it would be something like boing, right? It wouldn't be good job. Why does it say good job? Black City knows for sure. Well, here we go then. To the ducks. We don't see the messages because we're spectating, but the players do. Timo Pro is streaming right now as well, if you want to check out the POV. many of these players often streaming their grind. Where is Matt? Life. Been a long grind. I understand. 18 days on the dip. A lot of these players, 100 plus hours. Even 150 hours on this map, trying to finish single Trackmania map. Keeps going. Buck and Blep were added later on those. Were not in the earlier versions. So they are probably like plugin related. When was the last plugin update? I feel like we're going too deep in this. Like, what are we even talking about? When was the latest plugin update? I feel like... What has this floor done to us? This is getting a little bit ridiculous, no? Look, here's the situation. We do know that the plastic bones works. We know that it's doable. Hazard was able to do it on first try. On the last attempt. So maybe we just go with it. Maybe it's gonna just be the plastic bones. Maybe we just do it. The setup seems to work, and maybe the players can get semi-consistent on it. If you fail it, then there's a good chance that you will be able to recover, just land upright, and you will be able to get to the back of the beginning of the floor, and you will be able to try it again. But you like have to still keep in mind that, okay, there could be something else. Just like there was the first shortcut. Simo down the hole. Oh, that's so unfortunate. That happened so quickly as well. Back down we go. That's a risk. Sometimes on this steep plastic downhill, it's just so difficult to slow the car down. You don't really need to do anything different there. You just do slam the brakes, but it is hard. It's hard for sure. Well, Timo might start a new run here, and if you've now maybe tried out the shallow dip, we could check with Simo if maybe the first few floors can be kind of compared. Hazard, our water god holder, still taking a break it seems. We will stick to this. What is fixed? Thank you, Uhu. Well done. We haven't scouted the last few floors, no. We're still kind of saving those for when the players get there. Right now, we are on this floor. The crystals all the way up there. So the easy version that now has been released ends around here. You can see the bobsleigh blocks there. That is the final floor of the easy version shallow dip, which you can play in the Deep Dip Club. So our players have managed to clear all of this, and now are trying to get the crystal floor down. Then floor 14, 15, 16, And finally, the crown. And it is a long journey. Still ahead of us. What is easier about Shallow Dip? Everything. Everything. Like, almost every single jump has been nerfed. Has been made a little bit easier. It is a lot shorter. It's still difficult, mind you, because it's still a survival challenge. It's still like 10 minutes of driving and you make a mistake, you fall down. So it's definitely not easy. But it is designed in a way where even if you're completely new to the game, you can take on the grind and can be like a reasonable map to finish. How did they nerf the jumps? It depends. Sometimes there's walls. We kind of took a pretty quick look. Sometimes there's walls. Like, for example, here, there's a wall next to the plastic, so you don't need to necessarily, like, do a clean line here. And then, for example, this platform, after the jump here, this block is flat, so you can just land in on this. There's no speed check jump here, so this gap has been essentially just removed. So you can go into the pool like directly without the jump. Sammy, doing the jump, you don't need to do that. So you will not need to ice slide through this. You can just drive forward and go slowly and go here. Everything is easier. Everything is so much easier. But you still get to do things like the backflip here. This block is still ice, it's just that the landing is gonna be easier, right? So, you know. @Quacks is in plugin version 0.414, changelog, and it was released 7 days ago. Okay, thank you for looking into it. Oh, Sammy. A bit too far. So this platform on the easy version, for example, this is a full corner, so you don't need to dodge this hole. So you have more space. More space to work with. Let's check out the early forge with Sammy. Been doing really nicely recently. Got a personal best earlier. Made it to the beginning of floor 8. The first turtle done. Failed the beam landing. Many have failed it before. Crappy on final floor on Shallow Dip. Okay, cool. Thank you. It's definitely not a free map, yeah, the easy version still. But it's such a cool idea. I feel like just by watching that quickly, they did a really good job. This block is not ice, for example, it's a road block, so you don't need to worry about falling down there. Why Trackmania players love air brake? I think a better question is, why is air brake so useful? And it's just that you can stop the rotation of the car mid-air, and you can ensure that the car doesn't bounce on landing. For example, if you land something with front wheels first, oftentimes the car will kind of bounce so that when you land with the front wheels, then the back wheels will follow, and the back wheels are going to smash onto the ground, getting the front wheels up in the air again. And that will kind of delay the control that you have after landing. We kind of saw it there actually, like back wheels first, then the front wheels smash onto the ground, the back wheels go up a little bit. So if you air brake, you cancel the rotation of the car, you land clean, you disable that kind of like bounciness on the landing. Sometimes it can make you faster, sometimes it gives you the control of the car much quicker. So it's a huge mechanic. Scrappy finished Shallow Dip. Congratulations. Scrappy has been doing well on this map as well, though. Good progress. Shallow Dip has 0 to 5 floors. You don't need to do these weird light beams. You also don't need to drive upside down. So there's like another way here that you can do. But you still do like the path, right? You still do this jump, for example. The landing is just a little bit easier. Sammy, a little short on that. Tough times. Kubas, one of the mappers. You might be wondering what's the -1 meter personal best. That's just because Kubas has been essentially removed from leaderboards for convenience, because Kubas is not part of the competition. Has built floor 15 that we have yet to see. Currently we're on floor 13. We'll see what it's like. We'll see. But yeah, Kubas actually has made it to like floor 10 or maybe even 11. The mappers are not supposed to show any unknown strategies or any unknown floors. So it's not like Kubas will just finish the map here and that's it. Like, we will not see any like new stuff from Kubas, but it's still, you know, just participating in the grind. It is cool to play with people on the server for sure, so. Slow down in the landing. How good are the mappers compared to the top players? So, it depends on the mapper. Some are... like, they are all good players in the sense that, like, they can do everything on their own floor, which, you know, that already requires quite a bit of skill. Even, like, the earliest floors do have difficult tricks, so it's not like they're completely new to the game or anything. But then some of the mappers, like, for example, Kubas or Techie, are very good players as well. So, depends, but, like, I feel like if Kubas didn't build anything for this map, might be someone who grinds the map quite a bit and gets to floor 9 or 10 or 11 by now. Kubas, like, a really good player. I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, there was another universe where Kubas didn't build anything on this map and didn't playtest the map. Then I wouldn't be surprised if Kubas was right now in, like, top 5 still. Techie as well. What's with the question marks, Baxty? 6 question marks? Is that a hint? Kubas built floor 50. Pretty cool to see Trackmania Twitch page right now. Lots of Shallow Dip streams from variety streamers. That's really cool, yeah. It's great that, you know, I always find it a little bit sad that a lot of these Trackmania, like, big maps, like, for example, the official tournament maps, like Trackmania World Tour maps, and then maps like Deep Deep 2 and trial maps and whatever people play competitions on, they are often very inaccessible to players. In the sense that, like, a casual player will not be able to, like, connect with the top players because the maps are just that difficult. But now that we have the easy version of the map, the Shallow Dip, I think that's actually going to help newer players understand what these players have to do as well. And it's very cool that people can participate in the events in the form of playing the Shallow Deep map. Well, calling the easy versions of World Tour maps easy, I think is a bit dishonest. They were not easy at all. Oh, Kubas fails the no-slide strat. Good recovery though. There's like 4 different strategies around this. Kubas going for the uphill no-slide, barely works, drifts a little bit, and you can see how easy it is to drift if you go like a little bit off from like the planned routes. There's also a couple different strategies where you dry the wheels, so the wet wheels that you get from the pool. You can also just stick to this one, the grass, and dry the wheels, and then drift once, then go kind of very sort of diagonally over this. You just have enough speed, and then drift another time around, and then go diagonally again. Then there's a strategy with only one drift, so you dry the wheels, drift here, and then you can go up here, which seems a bit riskier, but a little bit faster too. And then there's this strategy where you just get the wet wheels, you take speed from here, and you take the very careful line, go up. The problem with the wet wheel strategy is that if you make a mistake and you start falling down, now you have wet wheels, and when you have wet wheels, everything is more slippery, which means that you're much less likely to actually save yourself back into the pool, much more likely to slide off of the edge and all the way down. So that's why a lot of people still aren't using the faster strategy, even if it looks pretty easy. It's kind of the reason. And maybe check out the first few sections again. So these jumps definitely a lot harder than the shallow dip versions. Hello, Bubben. Ice slide is forced. You can skip it on the shallow dip, but here the jump is a bit far, so you need to do it like this. Well done, Masami. Oh, unfortunate. It is still difficult. Getting through these first 2 floors, still not so easy. Granati, on the grind as well, has made it to the very final jump on floor 10. Looking very nice. Granati started a few days later than everyone else, but at this point, you know, we're 18 days in, it doesn't really matter too much anymore. At this point, everyone has taken some days off. Everyone has, you know, done shorter sessions sometimes and longer sessions sometimes. So I feel like the playtime, like, less important right now. Starting to even out. It has Argo. Did someone... God. Yeah, so today no one has done a world record. Last night Hazard got the best run into floor 13, making the plastic bounce and also getting through the first few parts after that. Today Hazard again got past the plastic bounce, but unfortunately wasn't able to get further. Granati is, yeah, a wheel player. There's absolutely true. So there's a little bit of a change for Granati. Granati uses wheel on a lot of these parts. Everywhere, basically. But then we get to the upside down driving on floor 8, where you go here, flip the car upside down, and then you start driving with the turtle technique, flipping the car back on this platform when the time comes. So the reason why this is important for Grenady is because it's a little bit uncomfortable, I suppose, on wheel. You need to turn a lot from left to right all the time. So I guess Grenady not really enjoying that. And switches to keyboard or turtling. Also, does floor 7 start with keyboard? Oh, interesting. Yeah, so a little bit of an input device change. And actually, Grenady is not new to that at all. There used to be a point in the game when it was faster to use keyboard on ice compared to like analog devices, gamepads and wheels. So what Grenady used to do when playing on Trackmania Grand League was actually mid-run, like playing on the wheel on like dirt parts, and then where there's an ice part, Grenady would in the middle of the run switch to keyboard and continue doing the ice slide, then switch back to wheel after, which is kind of wild. On this map, you're not really you don't need to do the change that quickly, you know, you can just chill, but it's kind of, it seems to be something that Grenady is completely used to. These days you don't need to do that though, because there's been a couple ice patches that the community has mixed opinions on. And with the latest ice patch that we're now dealing with for the last year or so, the keyboard advantage on ice is gone. So you can do wheel ice slides and it works just fine. I would imagine that the speed slide would be easier with the wheel, so I'm kind of curious. Grenady's personal best is the final jump of floor 9. So literally failed the entry to floor 10. So floor 9 is here, right? Grenady did the quarter pipes, did all of this, did all of these parts, jumping on here, landed fine, and then landed this ramp, jumped through, but unfortunately released a little bit too much, crashed this landing. And floor 10 literally starts here. So it's extremely close. You couldn't be closer to floor 10. It's gonna be interesting to see Grenady on the ice stuff. With so much map strat knowledge and player-specific details, I really hope Virtual reaches out to you when he goes on to make the Deep DT documentary. Hey, thank you, Sasha. I am becoming a little bit of a Deep DT historian, I will admit. Oh, Hazard moving. Our world record player over here. Not sure if Hazard is still streaming, but streams pretty often. So make sure to follow these guys as well on Twitch. There's some POV perspectives that you can follow. Have you seen the cut ideas from Bren on 13? I've seen a lot of cut ideas from a lot of people. Maybe not specific ones from Bren, but I don't know. There's so much going on 413 right now. So many ideas, so many strategies, and you know, it seems like we're still at the point where the best thing we can do right now is the plastic bones. But what happens after? Well, that's a different thing. That's something in front of us. The red booster jump to wall ride, Hazard did get to last night. In the pinned comment, vote if you want to check. But what you need to do there, well, that's kinda open still. Didn't get enough speed on the landing. It's insane how the top players speedrun this map, for the most part, until 413. Yeah. They're getting very comfortable with these floor 5 parts right now. Of course, there's a chance to practice this floor as well. There's a practice floors from 0 to 7 right now. So you are able to play those officially released practice floors. Start from the beginning of the floor and then yeah. What's the first map you built? So if we go back to when I was playing Trackmania super casually, when I was like 11 or something, it was on the Bay environment, and it was the worst thing ever. Unfortunately, I never uploaded it anywhere, and the map file is lost. We can unfortunately see that. I would love to see it because it was so bad. Like actually like unplayable. It's kind of like, you know, you just go into the editor and you're like, oh, what does this block do? Can I combine these two? My first TM 2020 map was actually a press forward map I made. I didn't really know how to play the game back then, so I just made press forward map. Getting used to the editor. What do you stream when Deep Dip isn't going on? Oh, Hazard. Very odd speed loss there, but well, can definitely climb back up. Well, back to 4-1. So we kind of do all kinds of things. I am usually a mapper, which means there's a lot of mapping related stuff that we do. Every Saturday we do map requests, helping mappers improve their tracks, and usually with pretty good results. There's a lot of tracks of the day that happen after our feedback sessions, and we try to be as helpful as possible. We sometimes have like someone's first ever map as well, and we do give feedback for it, and usually it's very productive. Don't recall many times when it hasn't helped the mapper at all. So otherwise, I do play the game as well. Sometimes hunt the campaign maps or some new projects that have been released and stuff like this. Hunt my own maps for validation when I build them. I do build a bunch of maps. Pretty much some map like every month that I build. Different projects. I used to build for Trackmania Formal League, built one map there last year, and though that wasn't on stream, that was supposed to be like a secret map. And for some other projects, there was like a streamer campaign in November that I built for. Have you built khaki maps? Yes. For every season in this game. Every one of the khaki reloaded seasons. And I will build one for khaki reloaded 5 as well. It's gonna be in November, so probably building in September or something. Other than that, I do occasionally also play Shootmania, for example, which is an FPS game. Similar to Trackmania in the sense that it has the same kind of a map editor and such. Oh, barely making the jump. And even less occasionally, I do speedrun some other games too. Discover something new. Some indie FPS games usually. Because the most common mistake most mappers make? There's many. But I think one of the biggest one is honestly, like, it's a bit of a pet peeve of mine. I don't really know if everyone else cares about it that much, but visibility. When they build decoration for their maps, they don't account for the gameplay enough. So what they essentially do is they just try to make things look good, but they forget that it's a gameplay experience. So then they place like blocks that entirely blind the player from the next turn or the next jump or something. That is extremely common for new mappers. Oh, third lands it in. Floor 3 section still not free. Probably easier than floor 2, for example. When you watch Crappy play RMC, I think you get a feel for what that means. For sure, yeah. No, it's extremely common. And even, like, experienced mappers still do it. And I am a bit of a broken record about it. Especially when it comes to, like, map requests, map criticism. Because it's so common, I do bring it up pretty often. Trackmania does have active players to an extent. For example, like the speedrun scene on Trackmania, there's like people playing every day. But of course, like it's a very small game. There are still competitions and cups every week on different game modes. Hello, Victor. Any new discoveries about how to continue floor 13 day? Well, nothing confirmed, no. Like, there's always new ideas, right? There's so many different jumps and tricks that feel like they could work, some shortcuts that feel like they could work, but nothing has been confirmed. The plastic bounce still feels like the most promising way. Is your really long map out? Core is not out, but I built another one called Thread of Ariadne, which you might also know. That was a couple years ago. We're still working on core. Not even 3 seconds here and first word is Shootmania. It's the first time in days that I bring it up, Engine, so... Good timing. No real new progress since yesterday. Ren and Lars are on the plastic bounce, but Hazard did make it through a second time today. We're kind of looking into these runs and seeing if maybe we can get a little bit further. How about have all the physics updates hit core? Well, I needed to remake during the ice patch era because the map has been in work for so long. During the ice patch era, I did need to remake like probably 70% of the ice section, which is, you know, that's like 3 minutes of gameplay. Otherwise, not really too bad. Not quite getting the line, but this is recoverable. You can just build speed here and get back to the beginning of floor 7. Are there any map competitions for map creators? Oh, we do hold those as well. We just had one a couple weeks ago. And we also will have another one too. Right now it's a lot of my time is going into this map, but yeah, we do try to do occasional monthly mapping competitions. But of course there's also others as well. There's like LAN tournaments, and usually there's like map requests for LAN tournaments, and you can send your maps in, and that's kind of like a mapping competition. And then there's a monthly track contest that Trackmania Exchange organizes with a different theme every month. And then there's occasional things like Maji, for example, another streamer, organized mapping competition for her Maji Mondays competition. A bunch of stuff. Grenade, not yet on floor 10. One jump away. Barkley W said yesterday that max chess floor should have been floor 2, but they changed with Lentilion floor because they don't want to have 2 floors back to back with ice. That's fair, yeah. Makes sense. And I think it's kind of nice that floor 3 is a little bit easier as well. something where you need to focus, but you know, you've done the tricky sections of floor 2, and then you get to chill a little bit. Hello, Shurmek. Why aren't you conquering the tower yourself? Because we are taking a different angle. Explaining how tricks work. Casting the runs. Showing different players. Showcasing them. And kind of documenting the journey. A more sort of educational casting approach. Lars also back on the grind. I will get some hydration right now, so I keep my voice. So I will be back in just a minute. Here we go. Well, back to the bottom. Floor 2, maybe plastic. This should flip still, eventually. Plastic is very strange. It will bounce you. A lot. Unfortunate for us too. It drops so far down, but something. Yeah, so about the whole casting thing. So I've talked a lot with the players since the concerns, and I share those concerns. And it doesn't seem like they have a problem with me. In fact, many players have actually told me that they really appreciate what I'm doing, because I'm sort of like adding like value with the sort of like educational aspect that we try to do by explaining the tricks and explaining things, and they have told me that I'm doing a good job, and they feel like my contribution to the event is valuable. So what we try to do even more now, so what the problem seems to be is like the watch party streams, where they just leave the game on, right? So I don't want to get too much into that. I'm not gonna like start taking any stances on that, and I don't want us to go to that direction either. So if the players are fine with it, which is what they've said, they are fine with it, then I don't really think we should end doing this. I told the organizers, unfortunately, Turtle, I told the organizers, if they feel that there's a problem, if they wanna, or if the players feel like there's a problem, then I don't mind. I'm not gonna have my feelings hurt if they tell me that I shouldn't do these streams anymore. But after I told them that, it doesn't seem like they are in favor of me doing that. They feel like this kind of a stream does bring value to the event. So that's basically it. I have heard of it. I've talked about it with the players. So what we try to do as well is we try to do these shoutouts to the streamers more now, and we try to highlight the players, especially the ones that are, you know, less known in the scene. So we are trying to do more also for them now, which we could have been doing all the time, but at least we're doing it now. The shoutout comment is pretty nice, so definitely do check out the players as well, of course. Like Sammy has been putting in the hours, grinding. So, you know, it's... that's it. Thanks to you, I started playing Trackmania. Oh, that's awesome. Awesome to hear. I don't think you're considered a part of the problem by anyone. Yeah, that's, like, you know, I was kind of concerned that I would be, because I want to be a positive contribution to the event, but I asked about it, I talked with many people, and it doesn't seem like that is not the thing that they're talking about. So we will keep doing these streams. Highlighting the journey and hopefully explaining things, and, you know. But yeah, I don't want to make this like the whole thing. It's a bit too meta to talk about this stream existing while we're watching these players. So that's my take. That's my side of it, and we will do these things. Keep doing these sessions. Hey SB, watched the wildcard run of Deep Dip 1 yesterday. I wanted to ask if you think that Deep Dip 2 floors are generally harder than Deep Dip 1 floors. After seeing the wildcard run, many Deep Dip 1 floors seem harder than most DD2 floors. Yeah, there's a lot of like speedrun strategies, and that's kind of what you need to consider, that these players are still respecting even like floor 5, skipping a lot of the faster strategies there, because they are so difficult to do, and because there's like a lot of difficult things in here. There's a couple different things that add to the difficulty of this map as well. One of them is that the floors are built in like a very like spiral type way, which means that if you fall down from, let's say, floor 6, the nearest floor below is floor 3. So that already makes mistake quite a bit more punishing than they might often be on floor on Deep Dip 1, right? And then there's, of course, like the increased size of the map, and there's also the fact that a lot of these floors do kind of have some very dank things, you know? Please do not trash talk other streamers. In fact, if you haven't seen, Massa on a comment also complimented my stream. Thought it was great. So, we don't need to get to this whole thing, alright? Well, I knew, you know, I knew that it does become a thing, but, you know, we'll we'll keep moving on. Again, I know that when I say this out loud, when I clear this stance, it's gonna become a whole thing. But I wish that we don't make it a whole thing right now. There's probably some new Reddit thread as well. Anyway, Lars getting some runs going. One of the 3 players to make it to floor 13 has made it to the plastic bones. We'll see if Lars has maybe some new ideas or if it's gonna be the plastic bones still. Hazard still doing the plastic bones, even though there's cut ideas and there's routing ideas and, you know, maybe we're getting baited, maybe we're not supposed to do the plastic bones, maybe we are supposed to do the plastic bones and we're getting double baited, and maybe Plexity, you know, with the XDDs is doing some weird Morse code in the chat with different well-timed timings, clock intervals, whatever. But like, you need to do something, right? Like when you get to floor 13, you need to try something. That's kind of the thing. And Hazard is now like seeing like, okay, maybe there's something else. Maybe there's something, some kind of a shortcut. But we know that the plastic bones works. It's possible to do. So then you do it, right? You don't really want to throw these floor 13 runs away because they are not coming in that often. So that's, you know, it's pretty important. Pretty important that you get some value out of those floor 13 runs. Hello, Speedwide. I haven't watched Trackmania before and I'm getting huge value out of your explanations. That's awesome. It's great. And if anyone has any questions, the reason why we're here is to answer those questions. So if you're wondering like what's happening here, why is plastic suddenly working in this kind of a strange, slidey way? Well, that's because there's an interaction before this section where you get wet wheels in the pool and then you get icy wheels on the ice. When you have wet wheels and you go onto ice, you retain both. So then you have wet, icy wheels. And the thing about plastic is that if you only have icy wheels, also, mods, can we remove the drama thing? Drama comment. That's some ancient drama. maybe just remove it. Oh god, I don't even know what that's about. Yeah, just get rid of it. To not snowball even further. Anyway, so water and ice makes wet icy wheels. The thing about plastic is that it retains wet wheels. If you only have icy wheels, you will get rid of the icy wheels. So you will go onto plastic and through like, you know, maybe 10 seconds, you will go from 100% icy wheels to 0%. So that's what's happening on floor 10, for example. So when we see players get into this part, you only go over ice, and then you land into the plastic. So this is why it works here, because you don't have the water before. The players will always stop here and wait for the icy wheels to go away. And the reason why it's not like that on floor 3 is because plastic retains wet wheels. And so how this works is that wet wheels retain ice wheels and plastic retains wet wheels. So then you end up keeping the wet icy wheels as long as you stay on plastic. The moment you go into like dirt, then you get rid of the wet wheels, the icy wheels as well. So for example here, when you get onto this dirt block, this is where the wheels are, again, like normal. So it's a weird interaction, pretty rare actually. But that's how it works. Oh, perfect. Oh. Alright. What about dirt wheel mechanics in general? For example, floor 10, there seems to be a trick on ice where it's needed for the zoop. Yeah, it is. So when you have high percentage dirt wheels, or even like low percentage dirt wheels, we'll kind of learned the other day.
What the fuck?
Lars, language. um. So when you have dirt wheels, on ice you kind of get this strong zoop. When you immediately go from dirt to ice and you just keep turning, it will kind of like give an extra grip on the very like beginning of the turn. There's only really one interaction other than that that's sort of important. I don't really even know if there's anything else. So what that is essentially when you have high percentage dirt wheels, which means you spend like 10 seconds on a dirt section. You go onto road part after, and you drift. Not only drift, but you also brake tap. That's problematic. Because for whatever reason, brake taps, when you have high percentage dirt wheels, meaning like 70+%, brake taps are stronger, which means that when you try to do like a small brake tap, it ends up slowing you down more. So really like the only thing you need to watch out for is when you're building maps and you place a long dirt section followed by an immediate drift on road. Top tech players will likely be the only ones noticing, but it does make the brake tap stronger and it will kind of work against their intuition, their muscle memory. So really, that weird interaction is really the only thing you need to care about. And then, you know, the ice zoop thing is also useful. These are like two things to avoid as a mapper, where if you move on to ice from dirt, then starting an ice slide immediately will often result in that unexpected zoop thing. And if you go from dirt to road, then it results in the unexpected strong brake tap. That's really the two weird interactions. I don't even know why it's a thing at all. I don't know why we have dirt wheels in this game, but you know, that's how it works. And yeah, you do need that on floor 10. But you do get it very automatically, so it's not, you don't really need to know too much there. What's the deal with wood grip? So, back in November last year, Nadio changed the wood surface to be from essentially the same as this surface, the tarmac surface, to a completely new surface. And that changed all of the wooden walls as well. So, for example, these walls. This surface is now the new wooden surface. And it also works in a different way. So whenever you see these wooden planks, they're in different colors, depending on where they are. Here, for example. So whenever you see these, they will have like a very high grip surface, meaning that when the car hits the wood, oftentimes the car like full stops because of the like infinite grip that it has. You can't really drift on this surface. You can if you're like doing like a wall right on these blocks. That works even stranger. But generally speaking, it has like almost infinite grip. So drifting on it is not really a thing. It has some other properties too. So for example, we have an actual wood section on floor 13, and it starts from here and then goes around here, and this is still wood as well. So the thing about this is that it has low acceleration at low speeds, but very high acceleration on high speeds, which is weird, but that's how it works. And also, the turn rate on wood is completely ridiculous. Okay, I'm gonna do a very quick showcase of the wood material. This will take 20 seconds. Just so you get like an idea of what this is generally like. Tips to build more consistently on this map. Play the practice floors, the officially released practice floors. So this is the wooden surface, right? And we're just gonna make a long straight. Okay, I can't aim, but it's okay. We don't really need to. So you can wiggle on different surfaces, meaning that you can gain speed when you reach a certain speed usually. So for example, on grass, dirt and plastic you can do a small drift called a speed slide, and you can gain some speed. But on wood wiggles or woogles are kind of ridiculous. So like here, this is the normal like low speed acceleration. It's very slow compared to every other surface. But when we start getting higher speed, the car also starts accelerating a little bit more. So at these speeds we're accelerating like much faster. It keeps getting faster. But then there's also the technique of doing the wood wiggles. So at like 350 or 400 speed you can do wood wiggles, and it's completely ridiculous. So what you do is you just kind of like go like this, and at some point the car will just gain like ridiculous speed. I feel like I need a little bit more initial speed here. Let's add a couple turbos here. Will work. Over 500 is it? Okay, yeah. Well, that should give me that. So you can do these kind of things, and now we are going very fast. It's sort of strange. I don't know why they made it like this, but you can like get the max speed on this turn, for example. 1000 speed. Oh, I can't stay on the track though. Okay, let me just give like the red turbos. That should do it. Maybe I can stay on the track this time. Yeah. It's very weird and very goofy. But that's wooden surface basically. And you can build some pretty weird things. The turn rate is very goofy as well. It's much faster than any other surface. Meaning that when you get to that floor 13 wood part, it's gonna be a little unexpected even. So you need to be careful not to turn too much. It's very common on like more traditional maps that you steer too much. Yeah, there's some TOTD water guards, that's true, but you know, I don't want to spend another 5 minutes finding one. Hazard getting a run going. Hugo also. Floor 8. It's made it to the final jump on this floor. Back to the upside down driving. What material are the bricks? Bricks. Is there a drag to place? Is the drag to place blocks a plugin thing? No, hold space. Oh, today's TOTD has wood. Oh, cool. Interesting. I'll need to check that out. Is Hugo a streamer? I am not 100%. Oh, turtle. This is savable. How much Hugo has been streaming, but does have a stream, I believe. Doesn't have the Twitch name below here. A lot of these players do have it, but not Hugo. But Hugo, a very good trial player, very good on these kinds of maps. Has been doing pretty nicely. Close to floor 9. Can I go to bed? I'm tired and cannot really fulfill my viewer duties. Go to sleep. Get some good rest, dude. Oh, thank you, Rustam. Sure thing. Is Hugo live right now? Streaming? Not live, okay. Gotcha. Well, you can check out Hugo anyway. Stay tuned for those floor 9 runs, but maybe this is one of them. Doing the flip correctly. Does the back wheel strategy there? It does seem very solid. I am not very good at turtling. And I don't really know if there's like a big difference between doing the flip with front wheels or back wheels. How do you unturtle? Well, let's see in the next part. One more turtle part here. Basically, what it means is just flipping the car somehow upright. So here, Hugo's gonna start. Uses the ramp to flip the car. Usually a vertical surface, yeah. It's easiest on walls or, you know, some kind of like a barrier or whatever. So you can do these inputs, like Hugo does small right taps here to keep the turtle sort of strong. You can basically just press forward as well, but eventually you will need to do these small taps at the right times to keep the car swinging like in a sort of wide line. If it's a very like sort of small swing thing, then it's not really gonna work. But here's the flip. So going to increase the strength of the turtle, swinging it more and more, and then timing the front wheel to go into that lower corner there. And then the car will kind of flip on top of the platform. It's all about timing and a little bit of the strength of the turtle as well. Yeah, so I always feel like I misremember this. Let's first see. Hugo could be making it to floor 9. Oh, the jump works. That's a personal best. Landing the jump. Very nice. Floor 9, here we go. For the first time. Probably going to spend some time now looking at some clips and strats. But this, even though the height is a little bit higher still, I do believe that this is Hugo's first time on this floor. Because I think this first jump sequence already brings you a little bit higher. The quarter pipe jump on the final section of this floor, of the previous floor, does go pretty high as well. But yeah, so there's someone probably who can explain this from memory, like Max maybe, or Trunkly, by some chance. But essentially, from what I remember, like if I go onto like a map and then I try it, then I can like do the muscle memory for the turtling. I don't do it a lot and I'm very bad, but I know the basic mechanic. But I do think that when the car is sort of like flipping or swinging towards the right side, that's when you press the right tap as well. So you kind of like almost like press the side that you want to go down, right? That seems to... I feel like that's the way. That sounds right to me. Well, Hugo, ready to go. Pole landing onto ramp, and now the tricky turbo landing lines it up. This should land. It goes a little bit on the right side, but only one wheel off the ground. That will be just fine. And that is a new personal best in terms of height as well. 973. Has maybe seen some VODs already. This one, just jump forward, slight turn to the right maybe. But yeah, you don't need to constantly press like right, left when you do the turtling. You can just press forward as well. But eventually, if you just keep pressing forward, the turtle will get weaker and weaker, and eventually will stop swinging. And at that point, the wheels are no longer touching the ground, so then you can't move anymore. So you can occasionally tap to keep the turtle going strong, basically. Well, Hugo, good progress here. Now, lining up, turning around, and you need a very straight line here, for the reason that this landing on the turbo is not really intended to be a thing by the developers. I don't know anything about backwards turtling, honestly. It's a lot harder. You go. Could have a straight line air brake, but no, it still clips the landing slightly and goes on to the left. It is a personal best. It's a good PB, but unfortunately, that run I think ends there. Good progress still. Looking pretty nice. How much do you know about underwater turtling? Less than backwards turtling. How come you cannot control the camera, like move it around the car like most other games? So when the players are playing, they do have a couple predefined cameras. This camera angle that we have is the camera 1. And I use this normally to play as well. But you can also switch to camera 2, which is a little bit closer to the car and kind of moves more along the car. Oh, hazard. Turbo tunnel not working. For 3, it looks like. And then you have the camera 3, which you can see on probably on Granadi's stream, for example, which is going to be like an internal camera. So if, yeah, here it looks something like this, but without the wheels of the car in front. So there's less players that play with this kind of a strategy, but still some. And then there's the free camera, which we use occasionally to look around. All the players can do that too. There's also like some alternative camera 1 and alternative camera 2. Alternative camera 2 is really bad. I don't understand why anyone would use it, and nobody does use it. It's like it feels like there's an earthquake every time you do an uphill. I don't really understand what it's for. Alternative camera 1 is used a little bit more. Some ice players especially use it occasionally. Very few though. Most people play with camera 1 or camera 2. The default one, not the alternative one. No free camera on consoles, that's true, yeah. As a new player, I really can't wrap my head around the camera, especially when driving backwards and suddenly get inverted steering. Yeah, the camera is not really related to inverted steering, but it's true that it is sometimes kind of tricky to like get the camera to face backwards. There's a separate button, which is in the settings. There's like a look behind, right? You can use the look behind button to literally look behind. But that's like a hold thing, so you need to hold that button. I don't think it's a toggle, so it can be a little bit strange. The camera 1 and 2 do turn backwards as you drive backwards, but it can take like a couple moments. And it can be a little bit tricky sometimes to get the camera to turn where you want it to turn. Massa doing pretty nicely on the beam landing, actually. Oh, this is probably a personal best run. Might be taking the bobsleigh jump for the first time. This is really like the hard part of the early floor 8, and then it gets a little bit easier. After this, there is a shortcut. Can I? Thank you. There is a shortcut that's possible to do, but no one does it. So instead of jumping here on the right and then doing the tunnels and going around and doing this tunnel and landing here, it is possible to take the quarter pipe jump and jump directly to this part. But you're not skipping anything difficult with that. So players right now, generally speaking, taking the easier paths on these higher floors. Virtual does it? Are you sure? Lars also started doing... Really? Okay, I want to see that. Okay. Well, this is a new development that I haven't seen people do then. Okay, good to know. Good to know. That is intentional by the mapper, yes. Intended for sure. I missed a question, I'm trying to find it. What's the intended path on that jump for floor 9? We can check it in just a moment. Let's see Massa try to get the bobsleigh. It does land, doesn't turtle. So no need to save anything either. Nicely done. And I would imagine... Dude, where is the camera going? I would imagine that on your first try here, you will probably do the easy route. It is not that hard. Lars, unfortunately, falling down. Not getting that run going just yet. Well, but on floor 9. So I'm guessing that you meant this plastic jump. So what you need to do is you need to land here, and then you need to jump on this beam. Then you go around, and now you start the next section. You jump up with the quarter pipe, go here. Take some speed here. Here, jump up. And then jump here, go around, turbo. And then you get into this quarter pipe section that is very tricky. Finally landing here. And then going down here, quarter pipe jump up on this pole. A lot of like overlapping with these different sections. But this is the final part of this floor. You land the ramps and you get to floor 10. It is difficult. We see a lot of players struggle. But at the same time, currently our top players are very consistent on floor 9. Yeah, I think Scandier actually did that first. Like on the very first few runs on floor 8. I heard that there were at least some attempts, maybe not clearing the jump quite, but well, we'll see. Maybe Massa feeling ambitious here. But I would imagine it's gonna be the easier jump. Yeah, this setup has to be the easy jump, right? To the right. And lands. And now you just get to do these tunnels. Doesn't really seem that bad at all. Yeah, like a lot of these early strategies would be seen as like very risky. Well, early floor 8, right? Like when we first got to floor 8, there's like you don't ever do something like this, right? If there's like an easier option, then you do it. But I think at this point, players are getting so comfortable with floor 8 already that they're just, you know, they're just going for these. It's kind of funny because I think we accidentally did the hard strategy on this final jump all the time. Jumping here and then jumping over here. when there would have been this path all the time going around and risking a lot less. It was Elcon who cleared the last 2/3 of this floor as the first player. And Elcon did this jump. And when you see that, you know, Elcon did this jump, worked out, then you kind of might tunnel vision it a little bit. You might think like, okay, well that's the way. And you might not really look around too much. And then 2 days ago we saw Mada do the safer way and it's like, wait, hold on, you can do this as well? That's what it is. Yeah, so the easy version, must have probably gonna look for some lips for the turtle, second turtle part. So you normally you go from here, and these jumps you still need to do. Go around, land back down, take the speed, jump to this, and instead of landing into this hole, which brings you to floor 9 up there, you can jump onto this beam. It's an easier jump, it's lower, and you know, you don't need to angle it so much. So you land here, and you go around. And then you jump here. And now you're in the same place, right? Hi Hugo. You know how to do the turbine jump on floor 9? I'm supposed to be neutral here, but I can explain it the same way as I've explained before. You were close. We were watching. It was a good try. But basically, like, it seems like players are taking like a super straight line. You don't want to steer at all to any direction. And then, because you smash onto this block, it's gonna, like, bounce the car a little bit, right? So, what it means is that you need to air brake at a good time. Most players kind of, like, waiting until the front wheels, I think, are a little bit lower, and then air braking. But it seems like the timing might not be super important. I feel that if you air brake too early, when the car is very flat, then you risk the back wheels clipping this thing, which is savable, but it can be a bit weird, I guess. But I've tried to pay attention, and I do feel like most players air brake when the front wheels are a little bit lower. But that front wheel and the straight line seems to be very key. We've seen some players go like all the way up here with the back wheels and accelerate from here. Some players stop at the end of plastic, so that doesn't seem like so important, like which specific point you take the speed from. Yeah, Sima often hooks the back wheels. That might be the air brake timing. And yeah, then you land on the beam and you go around. That's pretty much all I know. Like, I think you did it very close, correctly. Oh, Massa. Oh. That is rough. That is rough. So, the problem there was the angle, I'm pretty sure. It was unexpected, but I think what happened here is that Massa went too much from here instead of from the corner. And I think what happened is that when you go from the corner, you have more space for the back wheels to exist, right? If you go from here, then the back wheels will clip this wall, right? So if you go from this angle, the back wheels will actually like stay high where they kind of need to be for the car to fit here at all. If you go too much from here, then I think what happened is that the car back wheels clipped this wall and it pushed the car just slightly too far to the left. That seems to be it. So the next time, I guess the strat will just be to enter it a little bit more diagonally. You got this, Hugo. It was the first attempt, yeah, from us. It was a good attempt as well. Like, actually, the angle of the car looked like it was correct, like the rotation of the car, but the line was just probably not diagonal enough. Just tried Shallow Dip 2, and it's actually quite fun. Just hate the stadium car. Oh yeah. Have does live in Sweden, yeah. I'm not sure, I feel like I remember hearing that Have moved from somewhere to Sweden though, but I can't remember for sure. I am from Finland. Doing very nicely too, Have. Trying to get some floor 7 runs going. From Cuba, okay. Iceland is close, somewhat. Both Nordic countries. Have you played early Nintendo games? Well, I used to. Trackmania Sunrise was my first Trackmania game. That was pretty good. Definitely had its cool game modes and some nice official maps. What comment for map revisions? Add revision. Have it. Going for the recovery. Not quite getting the line there, so we'll redo this one. Grenadi. Floor 5 right now. Hazard. Floor 3 and Lars trying to get the floor 4 down. Soon to floor 5 though. Yeah, the puzzle and stunts game mode, but also the crazy game mode, Rasta. Was kinda cool. Like a game mode literally called Crazy. It was like a knockout game mode where you play against like ghosts. At revision. Prefer. Hazard might be the #1 player to look out for right now, but suppose Lars could get some good runs going as well. Hazard has made it to floor 13, to the plastic bounce today, and actually one-shot it. But it is difficult to get those runs going, for sure. You can see maybe Have again. Getting some nice runs going. I do think that the personal best is on floor 7. Now there's a practice for floor 7 as well. You can potentially get some practice there and one-shot the entire thing as a separate official floor. Ooh, oh, that's a fortunate save. Not bouncing from this plastic ceiling there. We'll be able to drop back down. Could have been jokey, I don't know. Dropping to the ramp here. Actually, oh, you have unfortunately missing this save. You can skip this section and just drop down to the pool. Even better, you could jump here. You could skip the 2 sections here, but well, at the very least, you do get extra practice on this, right? So that's something. We do see the importance of like repetition. For example, like floor 12 is so much more like repeatable. You get some bad landing or something, you can go usually to the previous section again. Oh, just barely making the duck jump. Manages to get through. Now the wet plastic. Very good. And maybe getting some runs going here. Have it maybe streaming right now as well, if you want to check that out. Gets the plastic wiggles there, increasing the speed. We'll see. Could it be this one, the personal best? I think it's... Yeah, I think it's this one. And now Have probably hasn't cleared either this next section, this hole, or the hole jump after. But judging from the height, I guess it might be this one. Oh, this is recoverable. You can climb back up, but it might take a while. Be very patient. Okay, front wheels. Oh, just barely losing the grip there. Not quite able to get through this. We do still see this small drop down onto the ledge happen to just about everyone, but it is recoverable. You can climb back up and you can get those four wheels on the pool, but yeah, it's alright, right? Thank you for that one. Is Techie's floor the most hated? Out of these, like, middle floors, it's probably at least the one where we see the most mistakes happen from, like, top players. So, floor 8 seems to be a lot more consistent. Floor 9 as well seems to be very consistent right now. Floor 10 kind of depends on the player, but like generally speaking, it's pretty consistent too. Maybe the ice spin is like the one thing not really consistent, but I feel like floor 7 does result in a lot of mistakes. There's the turbo tunnel that causes a lot of runs to fail. Hazard recently just failed the turbo tunnel. Then there's the tricky plastic loop, which while you can recover from it, it's kind of rough. And then you have the final jump, which is occasionally missed as well. So there's like a couple sections on floor 7 that still seem to be pretty difficult for everyone. Overall, I think players are sort of getting through it now, but yeah. There's a rule to stream your dip finish. Hazard started his stream. It is true that your final full run has to be finished in its entirety, so from the beginning of the run to the end of the run. But I don't know if we are ready to finish the map yet. Unless there's some secret strategies on the 3 undiscovered floors right now. We'll see. Oh, wet plastic. Works out. Hopefully not, Yuri. Hopefully not. We were theorizing that there could be some like teleport, because you can actually you can place some teleports on maps where it does throw you to another map, like loads another map in. So maybe that's the ending of this map as well. It's actually gonna throw you to Deep Dip 3. My favorite obstacle in Deep Dip 2, I don't really know if I have a single one. I really like the plastic loop on floor 13. That's kind of wild. Not the plastic loop, sorry, the bobsleigh loop, of course. Bobsleigh loop on 13. Crazy idea. Your favorite is the plastic bounce on 13? You might be alone on this. I mean, it's a cool puzzle. The ice spin is also very cool, very memorable. It is really well built to not be too, like, maxed out. You don't need to do it perfectly, but you still need to do it. So it's forced, but not, like, maxed. It's good. I reckon there's a different way to do the plastic bones on floor 13. You can probably skip the entire thing somehow. I feel at the moment that there are intentional shortcuts on floor 13. Well, let's see if the ice slide strat works this time. Hazard gets through it. Two strategies on that turbo tunnel. One strategy is to do this ice slide, set it against the plastic beams on the side of the floor. The other strategy is to take some speed, turn the car sideways, go down the middle, hope the car stays in the middle, and then just not press anything. Hard to say which one is better, because we see mistakes with both. Floor 8, no problem. There we go. So here we are again. Hazard lining up the flip, front wheel into the corner, and there we go. No problem. And we go on the beam, barely landing. A bit of that sideways landing, maybe lacking a some slight speed. Works though. And we are now on the easier part. I do wonder if Hazard is maybe going for this flashy jump now that some have started doing apparently. I haven't seen it done yet actually, but you can do this jump all the way to the second turtle. It seems a bit tricky. You don't have a practice floor for this floor yet, so it's a bit rough to get down. No, yeah, this is not the line. Hazard is going for the easier jump here, but maybe Lars can climb up and show us how it's done. Haven't seen anyone do it yet, so it would be very exciting. Thank you, NC Outro, for the tier 1. Hazard has a very strong skill set that suits this floor. It's kind of under... what is this? Upside down driving. Very common. And now look at the angle difference compared to Massa. Going a lot more from like a diagonal angle. Virtual did it and dead turtle. Yeah, see, it's probably not worth it if you're not going to be like confident with it. Granadi doing pretty nicely as well. Has landed. Going down the ramp. Close to the big jump. Final turtle pod. Getting some good luck. And now the lineup works great, no issue for the wheel player. Just needs to start the next turtle. So Granadi's personal best actually at the end of floor 9, at the very end. Hasn't quite been to floor 10, but very close. Oh yeah, there was someone who did accidentally turn around in the second turtle on the while stuck on the wall. I have no idea what happened there either. It's probably never gonna happen again. Oh, Granadi very close to the edge. Oh, and no, can't keep the turtle going. Ah, it's so unfortunate. So unfortunate. Too close to the edge. And I think, you know, might have done some inputs there that steered the car a little bit too far to the left side, and yeah, then you don't have space to recover that anymore. The wheels have to touch the beam. They're going pretty fast through this by now. And we keep going. Jump around. Landing. And to the right side. Landed this drift. Slowing down a little bit, making it a little bit safer to do. Turtle with a wheel seems fun. Granadi actually doing that with keyboard, switching the input device there, but there is a player who's doing all of that with wheel as well. Mudda. Mudda is doing the turtle parts with wheel also. Well, landing here. Since we talked about it a little bit earlier, we can pay attention to the air brake timing now. So air brakes cancel the rotation of the car in the air. You can tap brake and it usually freezes the car. The car's rotation. So hazard. Sets it up. And now to the top part of the plastic, then full speed. And yeah, it's a little bit off. This should be recoverable. Car flips back up. But if we look at the air brake timing, it does seem to be what I said earlier. So you kind of wait the car to be a little bit downwards. The front wheels a little bit lower than the back wheels. And then you air brake and freeze the car. Doesn't quite work there, but at the very least, the car does land here and you can get to the beginning of the floor from here. These saves are not super free. Definitely are failable. But Hazard makes it. Back to jump, perfect line. Yeah, and also when we're spectating, the inputs are not exactly correct. The plugin that we are using estimates those inputs based on wheel positions, which means that when we're spectating someone, the wheels are probably made to look a little bit less accurate for performance reasons. So the players will see them a little bit better. They will be more accurate on Hazard stream. Wanna check it out? Air brake this time. Works nicely. So we keep going. Up the platform. Not the hardest jump on the floor for sure. So Hazard is also a keyboard player. It just looks like the inputs are not very quick because of spectating. Is it possible that there are any players only playing offline and not streaming who are further up, who will start streaming when they're ready for last four to win? So it's possible that it will happen, but I don't think there's anyone who has been playing like that from the beginning. It's not gonna be someone who we haven't seen yet. So is it possible that, you know, someone like Elcon is right now playing without the plugin off stream, not revealing the strategies? That's possible, and, you know, we'll see eventually if there's gonna be some surprise player that just jumps in and, you know, gets everything done, but it's not gonna be anyone who's like completely unknown or just hasn't been playing ever on the server or with the plugin or anything. Yeah, it's like Strongman is saying, like, who would it be? That's the question, right? Because it's not gonna be some random player who no one ever heard about. These are the best players in the world, and you would have heard of someone who has the skill level to clear this map before the others we have on the server and streaming and everything. Virtual not on the server for similar reasons with, for example, Scrappy and some others. There's like a few different reasons. Scrappy has had some disconnect issues and has ended some very unfortunate runs due to a disconnect. Some really good runs. Virtual has FPS issues, so having very bad performance on the server, and that is a Trackmania thing that just occasionally happens to people. It's weird and strange and hard to solve. Oh, Lars at 8, actually true. I want to see the big jump. We can check in Hazard. Do these parts here still. Yosami. It's gonna be a little bit before Lars gets there. Yeah, the plugin also giving some trouble for some players, so it might be kind of hard to judge the leaderboards. I did build Threat of Ariadne, yes, with a couple other mappers. Oh no, we missed it. Lars was too fast. God damn it. Okay, well, Lars, I think doing the shortcut though, based on the line there. Oh no. God. Okay, well, we'll just wait for the next run. It's okay, Lars is gonna get to like floor 10 and then drop down to floor 8 like everyone does. Floor 8 is generally speaking the safe floor where you get further on, you do some things and then fall down into a pool on floor 8 and then you do the things again. That happens all the time. Yeah, it doesn't really skip anything difficult though, Sammy, so it seems to be a speedrun strat. Is this gonna land anywhere at all? Floor 7, our best bet. A little bit too shallow on the jump. Oh, this looks like it's gonna bounce. Only question is it gonna go over the edge? Floor 6 maybe. Another bounce. Landing. Well, that's something. Could be worse. A lot of bouncing. Kinda how plastic works. Tower in Thread of Ariana style. My new endurance map is like a downwards tower. But it's not really like this. It's not out yet though. We've seen occasionally, like Simo for example, struggle with those pipe jumps on floor 10. Kind of like not jumping enough out of the second pipe, but kind of falling from it, and then, you know, it's not gonna give you enough height. But... oh, this is a very weak turtle. But Lars, just more of the side-to-side inputs to kind of like make the turtle a little bit stronger, and now we should be good again. Timing is good. And gets it right again. Ooh. A little bit of a unusual line there, but just climb up. And then the turnaround. Very far to the side of the quarter pipe, but this should still land barely. And probably still going for that big jump, yes. These guys very, very practiced on that jump right now, so no reason to change the strategy. Even if there is a slightly easier path there. Around this beam, around here, and then... oh, Lars, 4-9. No, yeah, it was super surprising to me. Took 16 days for anyone to do it. And I really think that kind of shows something interesting about, like, the trailblazing, where Elcon was the first one to clear like the 2/3 of floor 8, right? Elcon was the first to get past the second turtle, I think, or, you know, somewhere around that point, and then managed to do the entire floor on the same run. And Elcon one-shot the big jump. The final jump. So then you're just gonna watch like, okay, how do I do floor 8? Well, here's the guy who has done it, and he did the big jump. So then you're just gonna do it, right? You're not really gonna look around because you have a strat that works, and you're just gonna do it. And then there might be something else that you completely ignore. And it might have happened more as well. Yo, Unreal Kazu. Thank you so much for the 15 gifted. God damn, what a legend. Very much appreciated. Very generous. Lars doing the high variant of the low jump here, and it's kind of on and off. So, taking the low jump line, but then going very high and landing like very early into this. It does give good speed, good height, but it's a little shaky. It lands very close to the edge of the quarter pipe, so it seems to work, but sometimes it also goes wrong. I guess it's working pretty nicely so far, though. Did you see his potential skip on floor 13? Yeah, which one of the 50? Been enjoying your streams and knowledge a lot the last couple of weeks. Hey, thank you. I'm glad to hear that. Very much appreciate you. So yeah, there's multiple ideas. I feel like Hazard and Bren have brainstormed a lot, but like at the moment, At the moment, Hazard, with all these strats, all these ideas, still feels that the plastic bones is the best way to go. So Hazard was saying earlier that until someone finds something better, just gonna do the plastic bones. Has cleared it twice now. Elcon has cleared floor 11. Has made it to floor 12 as far as I know. But I haven't seen the run. I think it was off stream. The thing is that, like, there's so many ideas. So many ideas on floor 13, so many different strats that could work, but who's gonna try them out? Who's actually gonna be the one to potentially throw away a run? Or science on floor 13. Hi, big dude. I'm great. What about you? Happen to remember when Hazard cleared the plastic bones for a second time. It was maybe like 1 hour into the stream. Pretty early on today. We shall see. Lars, through floor 10. Honestly, I wouldn't expect anything else. Lars has been super consistent on all of this stuff. Now the slide around the plastic, going through on the dirt. I feel like Lars has really stepped up on like these higher middle floors. Like floor 10 looks super good right now. Just doing the spin really well, doing the plastic really well. And now just the final half pipes and could be a floor 11 attempt. So, a little bit to the left, turn around to the right. Jumping into the plastic. Looks clean. And that should be it. Couple wiggles as well to increase the speed. And lands it nicely. Yeah, Lars, I feel like Lars sometimes seems to have some trouble getting some runs going. So the problem seems to be getting those runs like past floor 7. But when they do go past floor 7, then like these few floors like floor 9, floor 8, floor 10, they are very good. So it's really that like early reset hell. But now, floor 11, looking very good. Thank you, Quanian, for the prime. Into the pool, no issue. Really, the big one is gonna be this big jump here. So, lining up the back wheel next to the light there, and then just going, landing down onto the quarter pipe, and now a slight left angle here to clip the left wheel perfectly. The back wheel there stops the motion, lands the car very neatly, so you don't need to worry about landing too far or losing control when the car lands, and going straight into the plastic, no issue. Jumping through, very good. Yeah, Lars doing really well on this section. That's a very tricky section. And no problem with this part either. Now, the hazard spin. Thank you, Brilliant. Appreciate it. So then, landing clean onto the half loop and a left steer here. Perfect. Hazard finding this great strategy. Who found the clip wheel strat? I'm not 100% who started using it first. But it seems like everyone's kind of doing it right now. Sometimes they miss the wheel clip, but it's still possible to land. Yeah, might be Bren. It could have been an accident first as well. Bren said it was Hazard. Okay. Elcon did it first. Okay, we have just about every top player in the chat right now, so maybe we just say that we don't know who found it. Now for the gear 2 jump. If you get the third gear with the speed up, you will lose it on the uphill and that can cause a slowdown. So Lars, purposefully keeping a little bit less speed, does it very nicely. Floor 12. There we go. This final quarter pipe, not a problem. Don't think I've seen anyone fail it ever. We keep going. And now, Lars, clean jump. First one works just fine. The benefit of this floor is that it's very recoverable. You can make mistakes, and as long as you don't fall all the way down, you're going to be able to get a new attempt. You don't want to fail the wrong parts though. Here, Lars getting to this quarter pipe, that's already good. Now aiming for the moving block in the ceiling, and it's going to land. Very nicely done. Key thing about this next section is to get the ground contacts immediately after this ramp. So here, doesn't quite get it, doesn't quite get the line. So Lars now has to do a recovery. I don't think there's any recovery backwards. Looks kind of wonky. I mean, maybe... No. Lars, I think we'll just jump back to... Is he trying? Where are you going? Okay, well, Lars is cooking. Oh, you can land here as well. Okay, well, that works. Right below. Good thinking. No need to do the first part again. Didn't seem like a very big trouble doing the first part anyway, but saves a little bit of time doing this. So we just go back. And this is what I mean by the recoverability. You can often kind of like just not commit to a bad line, and you're able to get back to the previous section or even the same section. So now, very good line. Not getting any airtime, that's really the key. The car only accelerates when it's in contact with the ground. So Lars, finding the lines here. Great lines to the turbo. Now for the loop, a little bit to the side and over to the backwards turbo. Lands it, no problem. 2 more sections remain. Line on this one, the key again. This time, less about keeping ground contact and just not getting slowdowns from clipping these jumps. So over the ramps, the jump through works. And then the final part is a little bit different. Not as much of a speed check, but rather you need to get the right line. Need to still get some speed, but here jumping over the turbo on the left side and then just press forward. Land, and we are on floor 13. Lars's personal best is on the plastic bounce. We don't know if there's a way to skip that plastic bounce. There could be. We've been theorizing, talking about it all day, but Lars hasn't cleared the plastic bounce. Bren is in the same position. There's only one player who has done it, and that is Hazard. Once last night, once today. So Lars could be the second one to do it. has a couple clips from Hazard, I suppose, to work with. We'll be able to check out some lines and strategies. We'll see what Lars is about to hook here. Let's follow. Has done these parts before. Having some lag. Oh no. Let's hope that gets resolved. This floor definitely a pathfinding challenge though. Oh, we go. Now the spin around, landing the turbo, getting enough speed to chain this next jump to the right side. There we go. Straight into the bobsleigh, and now 4 loops around the bobsleigh. Building speed. I don't know if Lars does 4 loops, I've just seen Hazard do the 4 loops, so I'm imagining it's 3 or 4. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, seems to be the same. 5, okay. 6, alright, Lars is just gonna stay here the whole day. 7, going in, alright, I guess that works. Okay, yeah. Well, no problem. We do know that 4 is enough, though, at the very least. But hey. Landing in, and now the wooden surface. The very high grip surface. You need to be a little bit careful. You can't drift on this surface, and the turn rate is very fast, so you need to be careful not to steer too much. And still make this big jump up. Seems to be working. And now the shortcut. Is Lars gonna try to get the height record again? The height record here against the crystal. Oh, we're going. Oh, don't fail now. Lars, not like this. It's absolutely not worth it. 1491. Hope it was worth it. It is the highest. It is the highest so far, so, you know, hope it was worth it. But it was the world record, yes. 1490.9 meters. Well done. So then, it does seem like there's a path to the window, but Bren accidentally has found a shortcut here, where you just drop down. So, there seems to be a path here, where you just jump around, and then you do this bowl, land here, but Lars is going to go straight down. All of the top 3 have done that crystal climb, yes. Well, landing works, and while it seems like, you know, we're skipping an intended section here, there are some theories right now that we are supposed to. It looks like there might be some very difficult but possible sections that have intentional shortcuts. For now, it's a theory. We'll see. Maybe we're still, you know, doing things wrong by going down here already. But that's what we found so far, and that's what Lars is gonna do as well. Jumping up, climbing in, and now the plastic bounce. And this is Lars's personal best. The plastic bounce over here. Needs to flip the car upside down, or at least so that the wheels are not touching the plastic first. and bounce the car from the plastic up here. This is again the wooden surface, the high grip surface, and it will full stop the car if you touch it the wrong way. Lars managed to land this jump, but turtled, as far as I know. So, if you're not able to continue, then we consider this section not cleared. Hazard, done this twice. Seems very difficult. Seems hard. But we'll see. We'll see. Maybe we're gonna see a new strategy. Maybe we'll see the Hazard strat kind of air braking so that you get the back of the car to bounce on the ground. Are we supposed to do this plastic bounce at all? Who knows? Possible to do, and you can continue the map after. So, at the very least, there's some kind of a path here. The small dot in the middle is a part of the decoration of floor 12. It connects to like a ceiling decoration of floor 12. So I seriously doubt that it's anything. Well, let's see. At this point, these runs don't really happen often enough for, you know, Lars to just throw this run away. So going to try the strat that Hazard has managed to get to work. Air brake right there. Bouncing, it's a little short. How's it gonna land on the plastic? It bounces around. Will flip on the dirt. So we'll be able to continue the run at least. You can get back to the beginning of the floor. So it was a good try from Lars. Basically, just needs a little bit more speed so the car climbs this wall slightly. If your line is very much straight, very much like upwards, then you can sort of climb this wall and land up here. That's sort of how Hazard did it as well. So that was a good try, and maybe that's how you're supposed to do it, but could there be some other shortcut still? Maybe. We'll see. Super important announcement from the mapper there in the chat. Thank you for the information. Very much appreciated. Well, back to the beginning. Turbos. These weird angles, they will be very unintuitive compared to the floor 12 stuff that's built within the grid of the Trackmania editor. Just like most maps are. When the moment you start rotating blocks in weird angles, the game often gets much less intuitive, but Lars getting these tricks down pretty nicely. Now we go back. We go back and spin around 7 times. I'm not counting. It felt less than 7 though. Okay, well. Works fine. We do know that the four loops is enough, at least. 3 loops probably enough as well, but, you know, good to be safe. 4 is enough. Hazard does 4. Well, again, to the shortcut. Great landing. We don't need to max out the height this time. We already got the world record. We go straight into the shortcut. Try to get this plastic bounce to work next. Let's see now. Launch to the plastic. We go back. Truly nothing on this floor seems as difficult as this plastic bounce. Hazard maybe has a 20% success rate now with 2 completed attempts, but Lars trying to get the first one to work, and we go again. Same strategy, a little bit more speed I suppose, but basically the same, and Lars climbs it, manages to land it. So we are through getting the good job message on the screen. We don't see it, but Lars sees it. And the reason why, one of the main reasons why we think that this might be bait is the good job message. You don't really get that kind of validation from the map in other parts, but there's a big text at the top when you manage to do this. So, well, it's possible. And it seems like Hazard's strategy is working. So I suppose the players will keep doing this for now. Next, going and taking speed from here. You can go back and forth on this one, so you can go back to the top, then go backwards and take speed, and then back down, jump to the left, and you will land upside down. The reason why you need to be upside down on this plastic is because there's this plastic block. So you only bounce, just like the plastic bounce before, you only bounce on these when you're upside down. Meaning that if you somehow were like upright on this, and you landed here, the car would just land, and then it would crash into the wall here, and probably drop down somewhere. So if you're upside down, the car will bounce and land into this pool. That's gonna be the next part, and then the wet wheel plastic beam over here. That is the last thing that Hazard has managed to complete. Then we have the wall ride, and we'll see how Lars manages to do these first few parts here, and maybe getting to try the wall ride again. Oplexity? DDS? What could that mean? New hint? +1 information? Don't do... what? Don't do setup. That's not gonna help. Don't do sideways. Don't do shortcuts. Oh my god. Oh no. Don't do shortcut. Are we in the wrong place? God damn it, we were supposed to do this bowl. Oh no. Thank you, podcast. My pleasure. Oh, it could be could be like right, and back as well. WASD. Well, here we are, Lars, figuring out these strategies. You have a clip of Hazard making the jump. It's in the Waltergard comment. Waltergard clip comment. Which is right above as well. XTX. Okay, come on, no. Complexity. Did you know that iolite is a stone that represents foresight and confidence in the unknown? Interesting. The floor is called Iolite's Trace. Final high jump to the high water looks super sketch to me. I'm worried about, like, if we go forward and you do the wall right and you go here and you go here and then you do this and turn around and go around here. I'm worried about this jump. This jump from here to here. That... I don't know about that one. The final jump... I feel like if you can do this jump, then you can also do the final jump. But I don't know about this one. This looks weird. I don't know. There's probably like something else. We're missing something for sure. There's a lot of blocks, you know? There's a lot of stuff. Like, what is all of this, right? This we don't really have in the route at all, right? There's some red turbo here. What's that for? I don't think that's floor 12 yet. Well, it could be. That sorry, floor 14. But I do think there might be some overlap too. Like, it's not impossible, because, you know, the mappers do collaborate, and this part is already higher than floor 14, right? So I feel like it could be possible that you need to get to even floor 14 and then go back to the beginning of the floor somehow. What's your analysis on the plastic bones? Yeah, I do think it's just the ass bones. Like, that seems to be the best and easiest to set up. That is the official term for the technique. Okay, let's just follow this one now. Lars, ready to go? Let's just see how these parts work, because we have the strats, we know where to go. There is like a way to progress on the floor. So we'll see. These first few sections have to happen anyway, before we get to anything more complicated. Well, taking the speed, testing out the line. You can retry your speed when you get into the half pipe too. Lars, going into it. Jumping on the left, turning the car frontwards, and now the bones. It's not high enough. It's not high enough. Into the pool, but oh, bouncing around twice. That is the danger about these pool sides being plastic. They do bounce you, but we are safely in the water, and the recovery path is not too bad. It's not that bad. You go back here, you try plastic bones again. So Hazard managed to do that on first try. That section. Failed it earlier today. Though missed the line on the plastic halfpipe then. I do wonder if it's better to just leave the car like backwards upside down. That could result in like a bit of a better bounce. Well, back we go. Air brake again. Works again. You know what? You know what? Maybe they figured it out. Maybe this is what we're meant to do. Seems like the new angle, the new speed, air brake, very good. We'll see. We'll see. Two times through the bones, just like Hazard. But Hazard has made it a little bit further still. So now, Lars. Finding the angle. Not sure what he's trying. Maybe just testing out the lines here. Of course, Lars streaming as well. If you want to check out Lars' stream, there's probably some more insight. Trying roof hit. Okay, interesting. Clever. It could be that you just go onto the half pipe, then go back again. So you don't really commit, right? So here... Oh, going to commit. Well, maybe it's better this time. Oh, but no, that bounce is gonna slow it down. Lands upright on the plastic. So this looks recoverable. Definitely can't make it up on top like we discussed before. But we'll be able to get back into the pool at least. So, like, one thing you could be able to do is that you just go into it. You go on top of it. Maybe you jump up a little bit. Then press backwards, go up here, and then you press forwards again. That could be a viable strat. Hazard kind of lined it up like that. So maybe you don't really need to do roof hits or anything. Maybe you can just kind of go back and forth on that. Well, we try again. Not much more to do. Another plastic bounce. Gonna be the 3 in a row. Seems to have figured out the line. Going in, air brake. Oh, but a weird bounce this time. Oh no, it's now up to luck. It should flip back up though. And here we see the plastic bounce. Pretty weird this time, but here we see the danger of the wooden surface. Kind of like full stopping the car there, and if it stops the rotation very close to the plastic, you might not bounce anymore, and that can just completely end the run. Well, back we go. Hello, Mori. It's the default wall though. That's what the game is, right? You place this kind of a platform, it's gonna have that wall. So that's the developers what they planned. Oh, what? Hold on. Huh? Okay, well, active turtle on a red turbo. Barely into the pool. This should flip over. Yes. So I don't want to hear anything about Lars being unlucky anymore, okay? So It's the same thing as on floor 8, right? As long as the turtle is active, the wheels will grip. The wheels will grip the turbo, and red turbos are pretty strong, so they will pull you up there. So Lars, very fortunate that even though the flip doesn't work, the wheels still grip the red turbo and push push the car up. And then also very fortunate that the landing into the pool just barely works there. So not quite the 360 spin. But hey, we're back on track. So now, another attempt. And now the spin, this time it works. So getting the speed, and then jumping to the right, more than enough speed there. In fact, you need to be careful not to have too much speed. We go through. So this floor, unlike floor 10 and 11, also seems to be a little bit more forgiving. Not only because of saves like this, but also because floor 12 is still below these first few parts, right? And floor 12 covers a lot of ground. Well, going on the plastic. A little bit less than 7 rotations, I think. Makes it work though. So, when you have floor 12 below... Where am I? Why does it always go to a random position? Then even if you make a mistake, you have a lot of chances to fall down to floor 12. A lot of different platforms that you can potentially take. So, floor 11 seems miserable to fall down to. Floor 8 is currently the best floor, but floor 12 isn't too bad. It covers a lot of ground, so making some big mistakes on this floor seems like it can be more recoverable than floor 11, so could be another sort of small checkpoint in a way. Going for the shortcut again. No one has ever tried this plastic ice wall thing, so we're not gonna go over it right now either, but go back. Maybe someone will eventually try that, but here we go. Lars gets the landing. We go again. Yeah, the Lentillion floor, I think what Sparkling has said is that it was made floor 2 instead of 3 because they didn't want to have 2 ice floors, like 1 and 3 back to back. Go through now. I don't know if the falls are like planned out. But it kind of makes sense that floor 8 is in the very middle of the tower, right? And it's very recoverable there. So you make it halfway through, and you kind of get this soft checkpoint. So I wouldn't be surprised if that was kind of planned. Well, back to the bounce. How's it gonna work this time? Air brake, bounce, and it seems to work. Lars, third time through this bounce. Very nice. So I suppose there is hope for consistency. 3 out of 4 today. Has tried it also before. Not the first time Lars has made it to this point. On the plastic bounce, but looking very good. Now just trying to figure out the correct strategy here. Maybe a new line with the roof bounce. Thank you, Murray, for the prime. I suppose we're doing the roof hit. Lars, looks to be good speed. Turned the car. And now the bounces. Bouncing into the pool. We are through this section. Hazard has made this as well, though. It's a PB, and if Lars makes it to this next part through the wet plastic over here, very slippery, you don't want to lose your speed. You want to be very careful. But this beam is the last part that Hazard has cleared. Lars jumps in, and now just to drop down, and for the first time, I believe, during Deep Dip 2 on day 18, Lars for the first time has the wall record. Together with Hazard, but has the wall record. So, Hazard has tried this though. Into the downhill, landing here, red turbo, jump into the wall ride. And it seems like the goal here would be to go all the way around and land here. From here you can continue up, land over here on the plastic, turn around, jump through the window that we had in the very beginning, and then jump here, and with this jump, probably jump into the pool here. Turbo, ice, and floor 14. Looks so simple, right? Well, I don't know how simple it really looks, but I feel like this floor might try to trick us a little bit. This might not be the way. It is the clearest way, but there might be something more to it. It could be possible, but it could be much harder than some other way. So I think Lars will also look into some possibilities here. Maybe you can get all the way back up here, and then you can do something from here. For example, go directly to the pool, skipping all the plastic stuff, right? Maybe that's a possibility. People have been throwing that around. Or maybe there's some other way to do something. Maybe even over the grass somehow, somewhere. There is some turbo here, whatever that's about, you know. It feels like there's this obvious way that, you know, you can go for, you can try it out, but like, is it actually going to be the best way? At the same time, like, this is the one run you've got to this point, so do you want to throw this away because you wanted to try something goofy, right? That's really the question. You don't get here often enough to try absolutely everything, so you need to have like a very educated sort of prediction of what's going to happen if you do something. There could be several solutions for sure, and maybe even like of similar difficulty, right? But it does seem that there's really not many options apart from going down here, taking the turbo, and jumping into the wall ride. So I suppose that's where we start. Like, I've looked through this kind of a jump. Doesn't really look very promising, honestly. Don't think you really do much there. So I feel like we're going to the wall ride, and then what happens after, that's, I suppose, up to Lars. Well, here we go. No turning back now. Into the wall, lands clean, and the speed, it will work. That is yet another world record. This time, untied world record. Hazard has not made this landing. That didn't look like it was too much of a speed check. Manages to make it work. Lands clean, and now I suppose we just go up. I suppose we're trying the obvious route, right? Seems like we're gonna try out going on the plastic, unless Lars has some other ideas, but it looks like this is gonna be the path, right? Going around here into the window, and then probably chaining all of this as well. But it's hard to say. First time Bren, Elcon, or Hazard has not held the world record untied. Singe, at the very least, Singe floor 7 or something. Yeah. Lars looking really good right now. But we'll see. We'll see. Elcon held the water guard on floor 8. Up to the beginning of floor 9. And has also had some tight water guards on floor 11. Now it gets pretty tense though, because, like, I feel like there's just an obvious line here. The obvious line of going here, jumping through, and doing this, right? This is like the clearest path we have, and I feel like someone has to try it. And maybe it's gonna be Lars to try it. If not for anything else, then science. This is the first time on this map where Lars needs to be the one to figure out the route. Bren and Hazard have done the most pathfinding, figuring out what exactly to do, figuring out what to try. But now it has to be someone new. Elcon did that on floor 8 as well, for example. Figuring out the most of the floor. Has figured out some strategies also, Elcon, for some earlier floors. Like floor 11. But yeah, now this is the first time that Lars is in the position of the Trailblazer. Needs to find some kind of a strategy. Lars has caught up really well now. Was for a while was stuck on floor 10 on the ice spin, while, you know, Bren and Elcon were trying to figure out floor 11, the final parts there. But now Lars fully caught up, has figured out the ice parts, has figured out everything before this, picked up floor 12 really quickly, and now manages to get consistent on the plastic bones on this floor. Now we'll be the first to try this path here. Drops down, and it's gonna be this obvious path, so to speak. If it goes right, we might reach floor 14. If it goes wrong, or if we're being baited, then at least we'll know. At least we'll learn something new. Definitely also check out Lars' stream, by the way. Has been putting in the hours. I don't have Lars' stream on at the same time, but many of you probably do. It's tough. It's tough. Because, like, this turnaround, this seems logical. I'm sure you can land this. But even when you land this, are you gonna, like, bounce away from this? Are you actually gonna build speed from this? Well, Lars is gonna try. We're gonna follow this now. See how this attempt goes. .76.5% off the tower right now. Could become 80. Here we go. Turn around. Looks good. Very centered, very clean. And now we just go. Is it gonna work? Lands. And the jump to the left. Oh, bounces on the pipe. Turtle, savable, maybe. Oh, Lars not able to do it. That was a great attempt from Lars. There's so much information gained from that. It doesn't quite work, but a really, really good attempt. We know so much. We know that you can go here, you can jump through, land clean onto the wall. And you can build enough speed to jump through the window. You can build enough speed to land clean into the downhill. And you can jump up here. But now we know that it will hit the pipe. So I suppose... Wet wheels in the hole jump. What, here? Oh, there is a pool. Okay. Well, that's more information. The line was really good. The line was really good. And I feel like it's not reasonable to jump further. So you get wet wheels. You'd go here. And... well, then what? Like, you jump here. How do you avoid the pipe? Are you supposed to avoid the pipe? Just what is this? Are we doing anything right at all? Or is this jump bait? Are we just going to the wrong direction? Are we supposed to go maybe up here on the ring and somehow dodge the entire thing? I don't know. Well, Lars, falling down now. Oh, floor 10. Hey, not too bad. I suppose we have a lot more information from this run though. This is a huge run from Lars. Really, really good attempts. And it still keeps going. Almost floor 11. Might get another try as well. Thank you, Debsmeister, for the 10 gift subs. Very much appreciate you. Very generous. Apologies for the delay. I wanted to make sure I don't miss the attempt there. And we have a new water guard as well. Yep, almost 1500. A little bit weird to do this part when you have wrong wheel state. You don't have the wet icy wheels, but hey, works out. You can sort of like bug slide up on this even with wet wheels if they didn't quite dry on the turtle. And then to the good old part here. These will work just fine. At the very least, no wheel states to worry about. Well, we're gonna see a lot of brainstorming, not only from Lars, who's probably currently still doing it, but also I think from Hazard and Bren, who are in these same areas. I feel like it's a really big deal that Lars got this far. We'll see. Wet wheels on plastic. That's like a pretty... I don't really know what that really affects. I don't feel like... Like, it's unexpected, right? So, that's one thing. But I don't know if it, like, does anything in itself. I'm much more concerned about the pipe position there. I don't feel like the wet wheels make anything impossible. They just make the car more slippery. And, you know, you don't notice it, and, you know, then you get kind of surprised, and... yeah. But like, is that really the reason why this next section will not work? Like, is that the reason why this would be bait? I don't think so. I feel like the pipe position is probably something more. You can't air brake with wet wheels, that's correct. Generally speaking, with like enough air time, you will be able to air brake after a while. But I guess you might not have enough time there. Either way though, like, yeah, I feel like the pipe is maybe the main thing. Hazard has a lot of pointers. Maybe you want to hit the pipe in a specific way. Another option could be that you want to flip from the last quarter pipe and fly somewhere else, right? So instead of jumping from top here, maybe you would want to flip from here and, you know, fly somewhere. I don't know where, but seems unlikely. There's also a beam up here. So I guess another question is, why is there a wall, right? There's a wall on the side. So could it be that you need to hug the wall and follow it and then hit this pipe here and then bounce somewhere? Here's an idea that absolutely wouldn't work, but, you know, looks like an idea on paper, worth, you know, saying out loud at least. Hugging the plastic wall here, going forward, bouncing on this pipe, and then bouncing far enough here, another plastic bounce up here. Probably not working, but like, there can be something weird. Can be something strange. I don't really... The pipe seems to be a little bit close, I feel. So it's not going to be a very, like, shallow sort of bounce. But I don't know, like... This pipe doesn't seem to have any reason of being here, right? Well, it could be just scenery. It definitely does seem that this pipe has a reason of being here. It might be too far, yeah. I mean, it's hard to say, right? You do get a lot of speed. But it's probably not gonna go far enough. It's probably gonna go somewhere here. And that's not helpful. Well... I don't know. I don't know. It's... What about the tree? I think the tree is actually just decoration. I can't imagine there's anything about the tree. Like, the pool landing still looks possible, but it looks super cursed. This pipe just seemed to bounce Lars so far. I feel like you could bounce here and hit this light and then land into the pool. Like, that's a way of doing this. I don't think it's the way of doing this, right? Like, could you theoretically land here? Probably. And then you could probably go here and... But, like... There has to be something simpler. It could be the wall hug. But then what? Then you bounce on this beam above, right? The pipe here. And is that gonna throw you into the pool? I don't think so. Very complex. But a lot of info gained. Lars has an interesting thought right now. Instead of exiting the wall ride like Lars did, You can stop just outside of it and drive on the pipe. Here. But then what? Like you go here. Yeah, you can land here. Sure. But what do? Like surely you can't build enough speed to do this jump from here to the pool. It doesn't seem enough. I'm skeptical. The thing is that because how plastic gears work, you can't do like a lineup from here. You need to do like a straight line lineup. The landing is gonna be like pretty bouncy. You will lose speed to that. And then is this jump gonna really work either way? I suppose you could maybe like go a little bit below here and speed up from here. Sure. I don't think the car fits fully here, but you can probably like go here and then speed up. I don't know. Maybe it's worth trying. I would feel like the plastic has higher acceleration, but then the drop down will also decrease your speed most likely. So like you could take like a maybe more speed from the plastic and then land here and maybe gain a little bit more, I don't know. Another option is to take the wall right. There is a beam here. Suppose that's blocked, yeah. I guess I guess the small beam blocks the access there. This is a recovery way. It's a puzzle. Lars got to the pipe jump there, so managed to do the wall right that Hazard was trying yesterday. Managed to clear that wall right, and then the next plastic part. Didn't quite get to the pool. The pool seems to be where we want to go, but how? Lars did break the water guard, yes. The comment should be updated, I guess, yeah. I'll check into it in a moment. It could be that all of that is bait as well. It's possible. If it's bait, if this path is bait, it's impressive how far it works and how close it is to landing. But I don't know. Well, we'll see. Can I not? Lars is doing super well now though. Has been fairly consistent as well. Yes, Xerox. And it's kind of incredible. Like Lars actually looking like a very strong contender. Was a, you know, good contender before as well. You know, we had a situation where Lars was on the ice spin on floor 10, and we had Elcon and Bren trying to get through the floor 11 sections at that point, and at that point, you know, we know that Lars can definitely catch up, right? But now has actually caught up and more. Looking very good. So many possible winners we have right now. And for the first time as well, Lars shows that Lars is also able to figure these tricks out. Previously, it's mainly been Elcon, Hazard, and Bren finding new tricks and, you know, being the first to a section and trying some strats there. But Lars now manages to join that Trailblazer club. Lands a little far, but still lands into the plastic. A little bit high line, but this looks pretty good. Gonna land on just the side there. Angling the car downwards there onto the plastic half pipe. That looks really, really good. Hazard was doing it earlier as well. Seems to get a really good sort of consistency on the slide. Really good like stability on the car. It's definitely one of Lars' strengths. Yeah, Lars has a really strong RPG background. Has, you know, done a lot of waterguard grinding and plays these kinds of, well, not these kinds of maps, because who plays these kinds of maps? No one builds these kinds of maps, but plays a lot of these sort of trick-based pathfinding maps, usually with checkpoints. This time it's a little different, but yeah, doing really nicely. The random map challenge experience probably also helping a lot. Clean landing there. Make it to this. Being able to like figure out the tricks just by seeing the map. Super important skill. Knowing like how much height you need and how much speed you need. Oh. We go back. Pool jump has been landed, avoids the third gear there, manages to get through, and then jumping through into floor 12 again. Waterguard clip is a little bit outdated. I'll fix it in a moment. And maybe do it right now. And this. So we can keep Lars in there. Just one moment. I'll just update the comment. Edit comment earlier clip. Lars has made the wall right. There we go. That's gonna work. And back we go. Manages to clear these floor 12 sections, no issue. The jumps here are fairly intuitive in the sense that they are not in weird angles like the parts of floor 13 and the parts of floor 11. Does not manage to get enough speed for this one, so you still need to max out speed, but it's a little bit easier to understand like the angles and what can go wrong with certain sections. So here, I am not sure what the best recovery is going to be. I suppose it's maybe possible that you make it back through the hole. I suppose Lars might try that. Might be dangerous, but if it works, it's really good. Oh, it's short, and unfortunately, this fall looks like a pretty big one. Floor 9 at best. Oh, air brakes and unfortunately turtles. Air brakes stops the rotation of the car, and it's immediately landed upside down. So great run from Lars. Will eventually end. But a new world record still. Almost 1500 meters. This pool, that's where we're trying to get. That's the next step. Supposedly, floor 14 starts around here. And then, you know, we'll see what that's about once the players discover it. Who knows? Who knows what this one is about? We'll try to figure out these floor 13 parts first. The hidden water, yeah, was a surprise. That was definitely not expected, but I don't know how much it changes. Like, you know, the question is, like, is it there to bait the player to make something impossible? Is it there to, like, make the jump into the pool just impossible to do? Or is it there to enable something to happen? Really two options, right? Because it might not be just trolling the player there. It might be that you need to have the wet wheels for some specific air time to happen. Wet wheels do alter how your car behaves in the air. Usually by flipping it in weird ways. So I wonder if that's the case here as well. But it could be a bait. The whole way could be a bait. But it's really important that someone has now done it. Someone has now tried this very big jump. Everything there was proven to work. Oh, Semi, a little bit off. Thank you for Rembag, thank you for the 22. Unlucky indeed. Though, honestly, maybe getting a new world record isn't that unlucky. You know? I believe it's required for the trick, but I think precision is required for it to work. Maybe. It might be a specific line. Yeah. Well, eventful day though. Hazard getting the plastic bones again, and Lars proving the plastic bone strategy that Hazard has kind of pioneered to be consistent. We go back to the beginning. Almost at floor 14. We've reached the height, but the path there's still missing. Could check in on the easier version, which came out earlier today. So if you haven't heard, there's all these shallow dip servers. And that is a new map. It's an easier version of this map. There's like a billion servers for it, and I don't know, which one anyone is on. So we'll let newer players discover it. It's really cool that this is designed for newer players to also be able to complete. So this features floors 0 to 5. It ends basically at the end of floor 5. 60 people already finished this, it seems. So it's not like easy, especially if you've never played Trackmania before. It's going to be difficult, but it is very doable. Does this have any different tricks? Generally speaking, it has the same tricks. But as you can notice here, that's usually bobsleigh. So that's usually an ice surface, very slippery. Now it's a road surface. So some speed checks have been kind of removed. Like here there's no water, so it's easier to get the angle, for example. It's easier here to, get onto the beam, it's a little bit wider. And this speed check also is a lot easier to do. So it still like requires you to do the same tricks for the most part. Even this like backflip stuff is still there, but it's a lot easier for newer players. Here, the ice slide is one of the main things, the choke point on floor 1, but it's been nerfed in a way where you don't actually need to ice slide it. You can just find the line and press forward and it will work. So it's really clever, really nicely done. Gaps are filled, yeah. Here on the floor 2 beginning, you don't need to do the turtle. That's like one thing that has been removed, the upside down driving. And there's like an alternative path here that you can do instead. So some like sort of small differences, but for the most part you still do the same things, right? Which is really nice. So you can kind of relate to the top players also, doing the similar strategies. Maybe not the same strategies, but similar. So this jump, is mostly the same, but you have a little bit, more plastic to bounce on. This landing so much easier as well. Yeah, I mean, a lot more plastic there, of course. Floor 3 also has a lot of walls. This ceiling is much higher, but you still need to do that kind of a flip jump from the quarter pipe, and that's definitely not easy. You have a wall there. I don't know if this jump is easier. Probably a little bit easier, maybe. And then, some platforms here are wider. For example, this next part, this is not usually a flat block. And then you don't need to ice slide this. Matt is going to ice slide this, but you can kind of see the path there is... It has this, like, extra sort of ledge here, and you can kind of skip the jump entirely. So it's, yeah, really nice. This version looks a bit too easy. Try it. If you haven't ever played Trackmania before, especially, try it. Give it a try. It's meant for players... It's meant to be finishable by players who have never played the game before. Not meant to be easy for those players. But it's finishable. Oh. Some similar problems, you know? Yeah. And I mean, it's supposed to be accessible, right? Which Deep Dip 2 is not. Deep Dip 2 is absolutely not accessible, right? We only have our top players able to climb halfway through the tower with like 100 hours, right? So, very difficult. Well, if you want, like, more challenge, like, I feel like there's a good amount of maps right now that you can play in this style. There's the Bennett VOD map, which is not easy. It's gonna take some time to finish for sure. Has some snow parts and such that are definitely not trivial. So that can be something, if you're like a more casual player and you want a good challenge, then that can be a good map to try. If you want a bit more challenge, you can try Deep Dip 1. And if you want the ultimate challenge, well, this map is for you. The Shallow Dip is meant to be like an entry point for players who want to try these tricks that they've seen on the streams and seen these top players do, but might not have a lot of time in Trackmania. Bennett's VOD, yeah, it was very fun overall. The ending of the Shallow Dip is kind of like the Deep Dip 1 ending. And yeah, the lack of checkpoints, that's absolutely true. Does make it more difficult. I do think, just from watching it, that it's very well built. The Shallow Dip is supposed to just have like a couple floors. If it was like a lot taller, it would again be super difficult, right? Yeah, for sure. Ray Stanley. Absolutely possible that, especially if you're new to racing games in general, that it will take quite a while to get the hang of the ice surface and everything else. I am kind of wondering, like, you know, been thinking about Deep Dip 3 and what they could do for that kind of a map. I feel like maybe this tower is the ultimate tower. I'm not sure if you can redo what this map has done, but there could be other concepts as well that work, like moving a little bit of outside the tower context and maybe figuring out some other type of a way to build a map like this. Could be pretty interesting. But yeah, We'll see. We'll try to get through this map first. Do you think Deep Deep 2 will be finished in a week? Like this week? I don't think so. It could be that some of the sections that are on the later floors, 14, 15, 16, could be easier than they look. Not that we've really looked through them anyway. It could be that some parts are figured out faster than we expect. Hard to say though. I don't think this week will be enough. I think it's gonna take longer. Now I don't know if it's gonna take months. But we're gonna wait and see, I suppose. Deep Deep 3 will be snow car on ice. Well, that would be different. I'll start getting a run together, doing these floor 6 sections. Super familiar with all of this. Water landing, flips the car back upright, and now to the backwash part. This backwash part still can kind of surprise you. You can get inverted steering, meaning that you try to steer to the left, the car steers the wrong direction. So you need to be pretty careful. You try to get like the good angle initially. Usually if you don't get the inverted steering at the very beginning, then you're fine. Usually it happens immediately or not at all. So Hazard, making it through, and then we have another dirt zoop here. Going through to the ducks. No issue. Hazard did not make it past the wall, right? No, but Lars did. Made it to what we think is maybe the second last part of the floor, but we don't know yet. We don't know if we're getting baited or something else. Lars has the world record, yes. As far as we know anyway. Like, I guess it's hard to quantify if it's not the right route. But so far, yes, Lars has gotten the furthest with what we think is the way. Virtual could actually make it to floor 13 in no time. Could maybe get some runs going. Virtual not on the server, so we can't switch to spectating. But if Virtual is on floor 13 range, we can check in on that. Oh, Hazard goes a bit too far back. Floor 4, perhaps. Looks like it. Ixon getting some runs going. Hazard has already been past the floor 13 plastic bones today, so honestly has been doing really well. We could check in on on some virtual floor 10 run. It would be interesting to see how the, for example, the ice spin is going, but I know that virtual very good at ice, so I doubt he's having any issues. Probably looking similar to Elcon, honestly. Maybe a little bit more careful. But yeah. Very good ice player for sure. Where Lars? Lars not on the server anymore. Could be done for the day, I don't know. Oh, playing Shallow Dip. So, taking a small break. Makes sense. Just got the Walter card. You wanna relax a little bit. Get some kind of a break from this experience. You actually get to finish a map for once. Doesn't take a month to finish a map for once. Well, Hazard getting some runs up and running. Floor 5. The final floor of Shallow Dip, but a lot easier on that version. Not so many dangers. This jump, for example, quite a bit easier to land. But yeah, doing really nicely overall. I do kind of find it that we have a lot of players who are not really getting through floor 6 and 7. Like 100%. But then they are kind of getting through floor 8, 9, and often 10 as well. Much better. Hazard has had some mistakes on floor 10 as well. Oh, floor 5, well, oh. Oh, that's so unfortunate. That's all the way down. Very unusual mistake and not able to correct it in time. Makes it to floor 1 at least, but kinda tough. Kinda tough. Ixon has actually made it to all the way to floor 9. I think this is in the middle areas. So, good progress from Ixon as well. Looking pretty solid. Was the third player to finish Deep Dip 1. So a very, very good player for sure. A great skill set for a map like this. We'll be getting to those ice sections fairly soon. Not sure about Gwen at all. Haven't heard anything. Logged on for a minute today or yesterday. I think Gwen was playing the Trackmania World Tour Monthly Cup yesterday. Maybe focusing on that. maybe focusing on the more traditional competitive side right now. Oh, Ixon. In a bit of trouble, but this is savable. Usually players manage to do this by climbing the corner there, getting the front wheels back up, and then hopefully climbing. You can still fall back down if you get the front wheels up, so it's kind of tricky. See? Trying the corner. You kind of need to push this, that's the scary part. It's pretty rare that it just works, though that happens as well. Sometimes it just goes up and then you're fine. So if you're patient enough, you can try that as well, but this corner climb... Oh, barely. Still safe, though. Corner climb seems to be the most consistent way. If the climb finally might work. Hey, good night, Maka, and good luck. Well. It's been close. It's really hard to say, like... Oh. Really hard to say, like, when it's about to work. I feel like it just happens eventually. Sort of just goes up. Well, the patience is there. Oh, there it is. Good. A good fight. Nicely done from Ixon. And then into the water. Works as well. Let me do this real quick. Another 100% if Ixon is streaming right now, but definitely check it out. Good player, could still show up and get back in on those higher floors. Definitely possible. Any news on Skandir committing? Skandir has managed to get to floor 11 in these recent days, but it's hard to say. I don't really know what the playtime is looking like. This is taking a while. Yeah. Well, we're close to floor 14. Maybe. Then it's floor 15 and 16. After, well, 14. So 3 floors remaining if we have 13 figured out, which I'm not so confident in. Probably something more to it still. But we're getting there. Floor 12 was figured out in 2 days. Was cleared in 2 days. So it's not impossible that one of these later floors will take a little bit less than what floor 13 is taking right now. We will see. Depends how obvious the jumps are. Sure, yeah, that's the pathfinding and the fact that you don't need to like trial and error, understand everything, like that's a big part of it. If you get like 1 attempt per day to the highest floor or something, that would be really good still. then, like, you know, if it takes like 3 attempts to figure out every single section in that kind of a floor, then yeah, that's gonna be pretty rough. The bones, the plastic bones, definitely more consistent now. Ixon going for the upside down driving here. Needs to time the flip now. A little early into it, I think, but worked out. Is there now a consistent setup for the bones? Lars managed to do it, I think, 4 times out of 5 or 3 times out of 4. So in a way, yeah. Hazard also got it first try today. Oh, unfortunately, Ixon, not quite enough speed, and this will be a long journey back down. Just really lacking a little bit of speed. Nothing really too much more to it, really. This beam landing has been really difficult for pretty much everyone. Took a little bit to figure out. It looks like a small jump, but the fact that you only accelerate in this small space here makes it a little bit tricky. And also that you don't usually do this kind of like a steep acceleration, right? You don't generally do this kind of a jump very high up. So you kind of just need to learn the specific line that works here. Many players going for the back wheel landing, so they try to go very high here. But also some players kind of taking a little bit less speed and landing sideways onto the beam and then turning it back here. So there's like 2 different approaches to it. If you go for the high jump with the back wheel landing, you can still potentially, if you are unexpectedly slow, go for the sideways landing as well. So both can work if you're prepared to make that quick adaptation. Almost exponentially harder for every discover. In a way, yeah. Like, mechanically the map gets harder exponentially, right? Because you need to do every trick to get to the new trick every time. But in terms of pathfinding, when you figure something out once, then you have the strat, right? So that that's also a big question. Like, how are these kinds of like pathfinding floors going to look when you have managed to clear these sections multiple times? Good night, Kettle. Yeah, I mean, that's it, Vas. What I said, you need to do every trick to get to the new trick. From a time perspective, sure, but the map is not like that long that I don't know if the time perspective is really that meaningful, because it's still like a sub 1 hour map. If you really speedrun it, it's probably possible to do it in under 40 minutes. But I mean, sure, it adds up when you do hundreds of runs. Yeah, eventually will add up. Like, you know, you get to floor 9 and you fail something, then, you know, you just spend however long it takes, like 15 minutes. So, yeah, of course. Most of the time, though, I feel like we see players struggle for quite a while on floor 0 to 7, this floor that Hazard is on right now. Clean landings there. Very tricky section. But when they get to floor 8, it starts getting more stable, a bit more recoverable if you do something wrong, and also if you fall down from the higher floors, there's generally something you can land on. Floor 7, really bad to land on, honestly. There's not too much, like, space that you can even land on. But floor 8 is excellent. Oh. Always scary. It's so shaky, this isolate strategy. I don't really know if the other strategy, the high speed into dead center line, I don't know if that's really more consistent, but it looks safer usually. Lars finished. Shallow dip, okay, not surprised. It'll be kind of insane when people just fly through this map hunting times compared to climb up over time. Yeah. And it's gonna be a lot easier to learn this map once all the practice floors are out and all the strats are known, and you also have checkpoint version of the map that you can practice on. So right now, really the main difficulty comes from lack of repetition. So when you get to floor 13 right now, that might be like 2 chances a day that you get there at best. Maybe 3, maybe 4 if you have a really good day. But like overall, you don't get to try too many things. So if you have a new idea, if you had a checkpoint, you would just try it, right? You would just go for it, nothing lost. But you're going to be a little bit more cautious about trying something that might seem silly when you have your like one daily shot at a section. So yeah, right now that's what causes the pace to slow down. Hazard not doing the shortcut here. There is one. Some players like Lars have started doing it, taking speed and then jumping with the quarter pipe all the way here. Hazard will do the tunnels here, going around into this tunnel, and then dropping down from here. But you can also do the shortcut. It seems doable, but of course it can be a bit risky. Saves like 20 seconds maybe. As a mapper, anything you would do differently? Less floors or easier recoveries? I feel like the difficulty is pretty good. I feel like it's... yeah, it seems to be working just fine. I don't really have any... as like a viewer, I don't have any like parts that I feel should be different or something. I feel like everything we've seen so far has value. And it's definitely difficult enough, I feel. I don't think it needs to be buffed more. Hi J-Nick. It's going great, what about yours? Have doing some pretty good work here. We saw Have earlier. Oh, very close. Plastic is slippery. So Have get to these floor 7 parts earlier and looking pretty solid so far. Seems like Have might have actually gotten a new personal best as well. So Have earlier trying this pool part, the first one, the hole right after the ice here, didn't quite manage to clear it, but judging from the height, 815, that probably has been cleared by now. Yeah, gets it? Or maybe I'm misremembering and mixing people up. It's a lot to keep track of. Doing great. Oh, Good to hear, good to hear. Any news for tonight? Lars just improved the wall record. Getting to the final part of floor 13. So, well, what we think are the final parts anyway. So Lars managed to get to the wall right part, same as Hazard last night. Getting here, jumping through, doing the wall ride. Plenty of speed, landing here. Then going up, and this seems to be like the obvious way. Like this is the way, right? This looks like at least the mapper intended us to look here and go here. Whether it's bait or whether it's not bait. Oh, have I falling down at the same time? Unfortunately. But jumping down here onto the plastic, then turning around, got a really good line here, jumping through the window, and what we noticed here, a little bit too late perhaps, is that there's water. There's water here, so as you land onto this, you will get wet wheels. And that was a bit unexpected. It's not really something you see before going into this. But managed to get this landing here, jumped a little bit to the left, and then hit this pipe flying like here. And that was pretty much the end then. This pool, that's the goal. But now we're kind of thinking like, okay, well, if you're gonna jump from here, and if that's gonna make you hit the pipe, then what? Are we doing anything right? Like, we're so close to the pool, and from here it would just be a jump here. And now you're on floor 14. But is this quarter pipe what gets us there? Or is there something else? Do you need to somehow flip on the side? Maybe? Super precisely. Flip here and somehow land here. That would probably be possible. What if you stay on the right? We thought about that as well. So if you stay on the right side here, hug the wall, you will hit this pipe. And maybe you will bounce to the left. But I don't think you have enough speed to like go here and like plastic bounce up or something. Who knows? The wet wheels do make the flip kind of cursed. That's true. Yes, we've looked at this pipe as well. So you could, instead of going with the wall right over here, you could land here. And then you could go on this pipe and take speed from here, but I don't see this jump working. I don't see that it's gonna go high enough. This doesn't seem like it accelerates enough. I mean, maybe. It's probably worth a try. Probably worth an attempt. For science, but this looks too slow to me. So, well, Lars can give it a shot. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it works after all. Like, this jump is going to be possible onto the ice, and then you just... Oh, there's a gap here, so you do need to land in an ice slide as well, right? Didn't even notice the gap. I suppose you hit the poles, maybe, and, you know, just try to get here. I don't know. Very difficult floor to read. This is definitely like a pathfinding challenge. Like, the idea is definitely that we will think about these things, right? That's definitely by design. So, yeah. But it's really important that Lars got that run. It was a really, really good run from Lars. Because now we know. We have so much more information about this quarter pipe at the end. And everything before that as well. We know that you get wet wheels. We know that you can clear the previous jumps. No, it's just the final one. Could just be a bait. But it's important that that run happened. Now we know. Lars has the world record, yes. in terms of what we think is progress through the floor. There could be more as well. Like, it could even be that you need to go to floor 14 somewhere and then go back to floor 13, or, you know, like, there could be even more complexity to this. Something very weird, something wild. Lars got the plastic bounce 3 times out of 4. So the strategy right now is a slow fall frontwards, then flip the car, like front flip, and air brake so that the car bounces with its back. That's the goal. No, actually Lars has a higher height than the crystal height. 1499 meters. So if anyone wants to get the height world record right now, they need to probably do what Lars did as well. The crystal only gets you to 1491, so Lars has a 1499. So world record in that sense secured as well. It's validated with a plugin, but every floor has been done individually. So the author time is 54 minutes, 32 seconds and 10 hundredths. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. And it's based on individual floors being done on like a pretty good run. And then they added those times together and added 25% to it. So the map is probably doable in under 40 minutes. Yeah, no, I feel like Hazard found a good strat to the plastic bounce. Hazard tried so many things as well, trying to go backwards, trying to go, you know, in different angles, and then finally managed to do it twice, right? So then Lars kind of doing the same strategy as Hazard, the straight line, air brake at the specific time, and that seems to work pretty nicely. So it could be that, could still be that there is like an intentional shortcut around the plastic bones, but at the very least the plastic bones seems to be like solved right now. What is the validator 2, as in how does it operate? Essentially you just have a box and then you type the time there and then you click the thing. But the point of validating a map is to prove that it's possible and set an author time. So on like traditional maps, usually you would do the full map and then that would be your author time. So it's essentially just a way to prove that your map is possible to play, so we don't end up having a bunch of impossible maps. But the plugin can be used to validate even impossible maps, or even maps that no one has finished before. Though, obviously, it's not good practice to build an impossible map and then validate it with the plugin and throw it out there. You know, that's not very nice. It's a little bit frowned upon, as you might imagine. Well, Hazard here, still trying to get some runs in. On the ice, getting the dirty wheels so that you can zoop up the ice a little bit. Setting up for the max speed line all the way towards the beam. And then just turning to the right, full steering, and then counter steering to get the ice slide through the snow. Into the pipe sections next. The key with the pipe section is really to watch out for your line here, because you need to land pretty far into the pool, so the jump that Hazard just got, pretty important. You need to be really careful not to drop off the pipe, you need to jump off the pipe. Then just go into the ice bin, looks great, the line is good. Getting much better. Getting really consistent. There we go. Into the final parts of floor 10. Next, going to be the landing onto the plastic. We shall see. Has been looking very nice. Very nice overall today. Has made it past the plastic bounce today as well, but failed the next part after. So... not quite a personal best. Got the previous world record last night. Now Lars has of course improved it quite a bit. But Hazard... Probably has seen Lars's run. This is going to go a little bit on the edge. Hazard knows it as well and will slow down. Nice recovery. So the key about this is that you turn at the right time when the car is just losing grip. Because as you can imagine, if you imagine the car just turning on flat ground, it's going to go to the right, right? But you don't want this to go to the right. You want it to turn around and land in the same position. So you need to time the turnaround to the point where the car is just about to lose grip when it's going vertically up. So here, turn around, and then it's going to land exactly in the same position. Perfect. A little bit to the side. Oh, it's going to clip the wheel. Oh... maybe floor 9 landing. Oh, not quite. Might be floor 6 at best. Well, it will eventually land into floor 6. So, could be worse. Could be worse, but unfortunate line there. Well, we keep going. Happens occasionally, of course. And then we go back. These old parts feel a lot less intimidating than when we first saw them. Like, I don't know, 2 weeks ago. Hazard was the first to get to this point then. I remember Hazard's first attempt on this section was to go backwards instead of trying the turnaround, so that didn't quite work. Didn't quite work that time, but gotta start somewhere. Hello, Red. Hello, Red. Good night, Red. I'm tired as well. I feel like we're watching this Hazard run and then I'm gonna sleep. Oh god. I could do with some sleep sometimes. Can you do a Hazard shoutout if you're still here, Red? I think Hazard is streaming as well. I can do this well. Definitely worth checking out if you want to check that POV perspective. Only a 7-hour stream. I mean, don't call it just yet. We've seen these 3-hour runs from Hazard. But it's true, I'm washed. Back we go. Floor 7 in an important choke point. Mainly because it has to deal with these narrow parts and it's very fragmented and the decoration is very fragmented and everyone is sort of struggling to get recoveries on this floor. So really, like, you fall down this hole, for example, it's all the way down. There's really nothing you can do there. Hazard fortunately threw that, but it is difficult to save yourself on this floor. Getting to floor 8 kind of secures many more recovery positions, and getting to floor 9, you're pretty much good to go at that point. Really, the biggest danger is failing the very beginning of floor 9, where you can fall down to the weird water pool, which leads into you having to take the snake back down onto the floor 7 ending. But yeah, these parts... Oh, Hazard. Good landing. But these parts are scary, because if you fall down from here, if you don't get this recovery path, then, you know, there's really not much here, certainly not much here. So this, as a choke point, is super important. Really, like, failing some specific things on this first half of floor 7 might be recoverable on floor 6, but, like, floor 6 has so many gaps as well in this area. It is a lot more ground, like, over here, where, yeah, if you fail something over here, you can probably fall down to floor 6, but at the same time, floor 7 doesn't really extend that far to that area, so that makes it so much more difficult to actually get these recoveries from these mistakes. And on top of that, there's really only a few things that these players are failing. There's the plastic upside down loop thing that Hazard just failed. Then there's the 2 transitions afterwards. Then there's the turbo tunnel. And then there's the final jump. Now, fortunately, the final jump is recoverable if you're just, like, slightly too slow. That is possible to recover from. But if you fail any of the other 3, you're kind of gone. Like, there's not really any save for it. This next part has been working a lot better than in the beginning. It used to dead turtle all the time, because players would take a lot of speed through this. Hazard will do a small release here and land safely on the side, but players used to just full speed that, and they used to hit this plastic block and fly over here. And the thing is that if you turtle and it's not in water, then it's over. It's pretty much just over there. Hazard, let's hope the recovery works again. Bounces down. This looks like it's active enough. Yeah. So back we go. But yeah, big choke points. These sections... yeah, there's not really like a NA cast, but I suppose the thing is that there's not too many NA players either, so unfortunately most players play around the times when we can kind of cover these. Lars is not from NA. Back on the server though. Our new world record holder. He streams NA. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Floors of the 13 will almost always fall in 13, I suppose. So much stuff on 13. Yeah, the problem with that is that the crystals on 13 and like all the angles of the blocks, the steep, weird angles and everything else, are less likely to result in recoveries. So yeah, you will fall and you will hit things, but you will probably bounce away, or you will get some like terrible landings that don't really work. And if you need to drop down from floor 13, then, you know, the closest thing is either floor 12, which is great, or floor 10 below on the other side. So it's kind of rough. It's... I guess we'll see. Thing is that, like, so floor 14 will overlap half of floor 13, which looks terrible to recover to, and then half of floor 11, which is also terrible to recover to. So floor 14 recoveries are bad, right? They're just bad. But then floor 15 one half of floor 15 will overlap floor 12, which is a little bit better. It covers more ground, it's like a lot of flat surfaces, you can probably save yourself there much more often. And floor 16 supposedly will overlap 12 and 13. So, yeah. I mean, 16 fully overlaps floor 12, right? It's just that 13 is in the way. So... It could be that 16 works as a little bit of like a safer floor for mistakes. I suppose we'll see. Because it could also be like floor 12 is easier to recover from within floor 12. Which is very different from like floor 11, where if you fail something, you're likely to just fall down. Scary as always. Oof. So it could be that, you know, maybe 14 is gonna be similar. Hopefully one of these later floors will be similar, that you can recover within the floor. You don't always need to fall down. You know, if there's a resident historian or archivist that keeps a tab of certain milestones on this map, I guess that would be me. Yeah, we'll see. And maybe I can just make my own thing. I have a lot of footage. We'll see though. A lot of work. Gonna be a couple 100 hours of footage to go through. Well, Hazard through the choke points now. Floor 8 finally reached after a couple mistakes on the plastic loop. So we go back in, and this next part, the beam landing, that is still a key section to get right. Hazard, land it. Then the bobsleigh landing, and then you're safer for a while. Then it gets easier. Landing. Turtles, that's not a problem. Usually with icy wheels, it's very difficult to keep these turtles going because the wheels just don't grip enough. That is not really great. But the fortunate thing about that is that you spend such little time on the bobsleigh block that the wheels don't really get icy enough for that to be a problem. I'm gonna guess that you get maybe 20% icy wheels at most, and then by the time you get control of the turtle, the icy wheels will have already gone, so... Supercut of every advancement for Villa PoE. I kinda began doing it for day 1, but it was like an incredible amount of work, and it ended up being so long that I kind of figured that I would... Oh, this is a very weak turtle. Oh no. Oh, not able to save it, unfortunately. As far as moving backwards... Well... Unexpected. Sometimes it feels like it just happens. I'm not really sure. But yeah, a supercut would probably be 66 hours long, if that sounds accurate. There is a slight possibility that the car will somehow flip onto this beam. I think the drop is big enough, but that is unlikely. It could maybe be... could maybe be that we call it here. Maybe the sleep isn't such a bad idea. Tomorrow we can do another session, see if there's developments, but of course Lars Hazard's still playing. maybe we're gonna call it here. Get some rest, regain some energy, and continue in the dip tomorrow. You can watch Lars get unlucky, yeah. I will check what's going on. Habe is streaming still. I think I can throw you guys to Habe. Getting some runs going. Trying to reach those floor 8 sections. Let's do Have for once. So yeah, definitely make sure to check all the players out too. They're often streaming, often getting some runs going. They're the ones pushing through these PVs and deserve a lot of the support. But I very much appreciate you guys. Thank you also for all the support. We